The Bermondsey Horror, Marie Manning, Marriage, Murder, and the Body Beneath the Kitchen Floor. Written by Alana Sanchez, narrated by Vivienne. Copyright 2026 Alana Sanchez. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, edited, copied, altered, printed, shared, unauthorized storage on electronic devices, or distributed without the written permission of the author. Preface. In July 1849, a man named Patrick O'Connor vanished into the heart of London and did not emerge again. He was not lost in the ordinary way that people disappear in cities, not swallowed by debt, not gone to sea, not fled overseas under another name. He was killed in a respectable house in Bermondsey, buried beneath its kitchen floor, and kept there under the daily traffic of an ordinary domestic life. Above him, meals were prepared, footsteps passed, doors opened and shut, and the small rituals of the household continued. Below, in the dark and pressed earth, the truth waited. The case became one of the most notorious murders of the 19th century. Newspapers seized it eagerly. The public followed each turn with a fascination sharpened by greed, deception, sex, class, and theatrical cruelty. The woman at the center of it, Marie de Rue Manning, was quickly fixed in the popular imagination as cold, vain, cunning, foreign, and fatally ambitious. Her husband, Frederick George Manning, stood beside her as both accomplice and shadow. Together they entered criminal history under the title by which the press liked to sell them: the Bermondsey Horror. That phrase has lasted. It is memorable. It does what such phrases are designed to do. It reduces a human story into a marketable shudder. It gives the public a monster and a setting and implies that everything necessary is already understood. Yet nothing about the Manning case is as simple as the label suggests. Beneath the headlines lies a story not only of murder, but of performance. Of people inventing themselves, disguising motive as affection, masking desperation with gentility, and trying to maintain appearances even while death lay under the flagstones. Marie Manning has long invited easy judgment. She has been described as seductive, mercenary, theatrical, heartless, and unnaturally composed. In many retellings, she enters already condemned. Her face is set, her guilt is certain, and her character is arranged into a familiar pattern. The dangerous woman, the faithless woman, the woman whose ambition exceeds her station and whose moral failure appears to demand catastrophe. Such portraits are not entirely inventions. There is evidence enough of deception, self-interest, vanity, and calculated behavior. But they are also products of their age and of ours. Victorian England had a deep appetite for women who violated the domestic script. It preferred them legible. It preferred them symbolic. A woman who killed could not simply be guilty. She had to mean something. She had to stand for corruption, for disorder, for fallen femininity, for the threat hidden within the home. Marie Manning suited that appetite almost too well. She was born Marie de Rue, reportedly in Switzerland, and lived in several worlds without fully belonging to any of them. She was not English by birth, and in a country that prized itself on social distinctions subtle as dust, foreignness could be turned into suspicion with remarkable speed. She moved through domestic service, through relationships, through shifts of identity and presentation, learning when charm could be useful and when silence was safer. By the time she married Frederick Manning, she had acquired the knowledge that many women of precarious position possessed and few histories record properly: how to read rooms, how to flatter pride, how to endure insult, how to calculate dependence, how to make survival appear effortless. In such lives, reinvention is not vanity alone. It is a method. Yet survival and aspiration are not innocence. This book does not seek to rescue Marie Manning from the charge of murder, nor to repaint her as a misunderstood heroine crushed beneath Victorian morality. Patrick O'Connor died violently. His body was hidden under the floor of a house in Miniver Place. Property was taken. Lies were told. The evidence, the trial, and the conduct of the accused leave no serious doubt that Marie Manning was central to the crime. But certainty about guilt does not settle the more difficult questions. It does not explain how such a murder became thinkable, how its perpetrators imagined they could control the aftermath, or why the case gripped the Victorian public with a force that exceeded the facts alone. To understand the Manning murder properly is to enter a London in which respectability was both religion and disguise. Mid-19th century London was a city of astonishing growth and endless concealment. Wealth and ruin sat close together. Streets of trade, lodging houses, river wharves, workshops, gin shops, cheap eating rooms, and modest terraces created a landscape in which lives crossed without ever truly meeting. A person could change address, employer, name, accent, or prospects with frightening speed. Servants moved through homes and heard what was not meant for them. Clerks, laborers, tradesmen, widows, sailors, and fortune-seekers lived under the pressure of appearances. Credit sustained people until it destroyed them. Furnished rooms and second-best parlors performed gentility on thin means. Marriage might be salvation, bargain, trap, strategy, or all four at once. This was the world that produced the Mannings and their victim. Patrick O'Connor, a customs officer and moneylender, was not chosen at random. He had been connected to Marie before her marriage. He possessed money, or at least access to it, and he appears to have believed he retained a claim upon her confidence. Like many men who think themselves worldly, he misjudged the danger posed by intimacy joined with resentment. He was invited into a domestic space where trust and threat had become indistinguishable. He crossed a threshold expecting dinner and conversation. Instead, he entered an arrangement already prepared for his death. The murder itself is shocking. The disposal is plainer, almost meaner in its horror. There is something particularly disturbing about burial within a dwelling. To hide a body in water is to surrender it. To burn it is to erase. But to place it under the floor of the kitchen is to force the dead into the structure of the home itself. The house becomes not merely a crime scene but a participant in concealment. Ordinary domestic life does the work of cover. Boards are relayed. Surfaces are swept. Visitors are received. The routines of housekeeping continue, and that very continuity forms part of the deception. The hidden body becomes the foundation of the pretense. Victorian readers recognize this instinctively, which is one reason the case struck them so hard. The home was supposed to be the site of moral order, presided over by feminine virtue and protected from the dirt and danger of the outside world. In the Manning case, the home was turned inward against itself. Hospitality lured the victim. Domestic space trapped him. The kitchen, that familiar center of labor and nourishment, became a grave. In the moral imagination of the time, this was not merely murder. It was desecration. And then came the spectacle. When the crime was discovered and the Mannings were arrested, the case expanded beyond the house in Bermondsey and into the machinery of public sensation. Newspapers reported eagerly on Marie's dress, her manner, her speech, her demeanor in custody, her exchanges with officials, and every indication that she possessed either too much feeling or too little. Frederick, though hardly ignored, did not hold the gaze in the same way. Marie did. Her composure became evidence. Her self-possession became proof of monstrosity. Her attempts at control, which in another context might have been read as discipline or nerve, were rendered as feminine perversity. She was tried not only for murder, but for violating the emotional script expected of a woman accused. This pattern has not vanished. Women who kill are still made legible through temperament, surface, expression, clothes, beauty, motherhood, sexuality, and performance. They are described as too calm, too seductive, too hard, too blank, too ambitious, too strange. Society has always wanted female guilt to announce itself aesthetically. Marie Manning was one of the 19th century's clearest examples of this hunger. She was observed as if every movement of her body might reveal the true nature of womanhood under strain. There was another spectacle still more grotesque waiting at the end. The public execution of Marie and Frederick Manning in November 1849 drew an enormous crowd. Among those present was Charles Dickens, who was appalled by what he saw. The execution itself became part of the cultural afterlife of the crime, not because it restored moral order, but because it exposed the savagery embedded in the very rituals of justice. Thousands gathered to watch two human beings die. Vendors profited. Curiosity wore the face of righteousness. The state performed solemn punishment before a mass audience hungry for sensation. It is impossible to tell the Manning story honestly without acknowledging that the public who condemned the murder also consumed it. This book returns to Marie Manning not to strip the case of its horror, but to examine that horror more closely. It asks what sort of woman she was, but also what sort of world required her to become emblematic. It examines the known facts of the murder, the disposal of Patrick O'Connor's body, the investigation, the trial, the press frenzy, and the execution. It also attends to the quieter but more difficult matters that lurk beneath the official record. Class insecurity, domestic labor, social ambition, intimate resentment, and the unstable line between performance and identity. The question is not whether Marie Manning was wicked enough to kill. She was. The question is how wickedness takes shape within ordinary life. How does envy harden into resolve? How does grievance become permission? How does a woman trained to please, adapt, and manage impressions come to orchestrate a murder in her own kitchen? How does a couple persuade themselves that concealment is possible, that the floor will hold, that departure can be explained, that suspicion can be delayed long enough for escape? Criminal acts often appear, after the fact, both absurd and inevitable. They depend on fantasy as much as calculation. The Manning case is rich in both. It is also a story about money, which is to say it is a story about power. Victorian murder is often dressed in the language of passion because passion is dramatic and morally legible. But money does quieter work. It humiliates. It sharpens dependence. It keeps old attachments alive after affection has died. It makes one person necessary to another. It breeds secret contempt. In the Manning case, money lay behind obligation, resentment, opportunity, and betrayal. The victim's body was hidden, but the motive never was. There is, too, a question of marriage. The Mannings were partners in crime, but not necessarily equals in impulse, imagination, or control. Cases involving husbands and wives have often been flattened into simple hierarchies: the dominant husband and submissive wife, or the scheming wife and weak husband. Real arrangements are messier. Influence moves in both directions. Desire and fear intermingle. One person proposes what the other permits. One hesitates, the other presses. One performs certainty for the benefit of both. To study the Mannings is to study a shared moral collapse conducted within the structure that Victorian society most idealized. Marriage here did not civilize appetite. It joined it. What survives of Marie Manning is fragmentary, refracted, and deeply mediated. Court records, newspaper columns, hostile sketches, witness statements, retrospective accounts, and literary commentary do not deliver a transparent person. They deliver a contested figure. She appears by turns self-dramatizing, practical, manipulative, frightened, proud, and unreadable. Some of what is said about her is almost certainly distorted. Some is sharpened by xenophobia. Some is shaped by the press convention that female criminals must be made fascinating in proportion to their transgression. Yet through the distortions, one fact remains. She acted. She chose. She participated in the destruction of another human being, and then in the concealment of his body beneath the architecture of domestic respectability. That is where this story begins. Not at the scaffold, not in the newspapers, not in the moral afterlife imposed by generations of retelling, but in the enclosed rooms where grievance ripened into intent. It begins with the city, the house, the marriage, the former lover, the money, the invitation, the meal, the weapon, the floor. It begins with the small practical acts by which the unthinkable is made real. Patrick O'Connor entered the house alive. He left it only as a problem to be hidden. Everything that followed grew from that fact. Chapter 1. Marie before Bermondsey. Before she became one half of the Bermondsey horror, before the newspapers fixed her name to a murder and repeated it until it hardened into a type, Marie Manning lived in the uncertain, shifting world occupied by countless women whose lives touched the historical record only when something had gone terribly wrong. She was not born into a family whose papers would preserve her childhood. No estate books, private letters, or carefully edited memoirs survived to lay out her early life in neat sequence. What remains instead is fragmentary, scattered references, courtroom testimony, press reports, hostile descriptions, and the backward gaze of a society that only became deeply interested in her once she had stepped beyond what it could forgive. This is often the way with women who enter criminal history. They appear suddenly, already interpreted, as though wickedness itself had brought them fully formed into view. Yet no woman arrives at the center of a sensational murder without first passing through the quieter disciplines of ordinary life. Dependence, labor, humiliation, adjustment, disappointment, ambition, calculation. To begin with Marie only at the point of violence is to begin far too late. Long before Patrick O'Connor vanished into a house in Bermondsey, Marie had been shaped by the narrow economies of womanhood in the 19th century, by the daily effort of making herself viable in a world that offered women little security except through service, marriage, or the uncertain favor of others. Marie was born Marie de Roux, generally said to have been born in Switzerland. Even that detail, often repeated, reaches the present through records that are less stable than later retellings sometimes imply. The uncertainty itself is instructive. It places her among that broad population of mobile Europeans whose identities in Britain could be treated as either socially useful or faintly suspicious depending on circumstance. Foreignness in mid-19th century England was never neutral. It could lend glamour, refinement, and an attractive air of difference. It could also be read as obscurity, evasiveness, or pretension. A woman with a continental background might be admired for seeming polished, or mistrusted for seeming difficult to place. For a woman without secure property or rank, such ambiguity could be useful. It could help soften social roughness, suggest breeding where none could be verified, and lend a kind of distinction to a life otherwise marked by ordinary dependence. At the same time, it could make her seem elusive in a culture deeply invested in fixed categories of class and character. Marie appears to have lived within that tension. Whether by instinct or practice, she seems to have understood the value of presentation. Even the later, hostile accounts of her suggest a woman attentive to dress, bearing, and effect. Those qualities are easily dismissed as vanity when attached to a female criminal. Yet for women in precarious circumstances, appearance was never merely decorative. Dress and manner could help secure employment, attract favor, imply gentility, and hold embarrassment at bay. In a world that read women constantly, self-presentation was a practical skill. At some point she entered domestic service, and that fact alone tells a great deal. Service was one of the great institutions of the 19th century, but it was not merely employment. It was an education in power. A servant moved through rooms she did not own, handled objects she could not claim, and observed the private weaknesses of households she was expected to maintain without ever belonging to them. She opened doors, carried trays, overheard quarrels, dressed women richer than herself, and learned the intimate relationship between comfort and dependence. Domestic service trained women in obedience, silence, emotional restraint, and social perception. It taught them not simply how respectable life looked, but how it was manufactured. For some women this was drudgery and little more. For others it was instruction of the sharpest kind. A clever servant learned that refinement was often only well-managed labor, that genteel houses could be full of hidden strain, that appearances depended on effort, concealment, and the paid work of others. She saw how those above her wished to be perceived, and where their performances frayed in private. Such knowledge did not make a woman criminal, but it could make her difficult to deceive. It could sharpen awareness of class and leave behind a hard understanding that respectability itself was often a fragile arrangement of surfaces. That awareness may well have marked Marie deeply. To serve within households more comfortable than one's own is to live daily beside the signs of a life one may come to desire intensely. Every drawing room tidied, every silver service handled, every good dress brushed and put away for another woman becomes part of a private education in social distance. Some accept that distance as natural, others resent it, others still begin quietly to study how the distance might be crossed. Marie seems to have belonged to the last category, whether from pride, ambition, or simple weariness with subordinate life. She appears to have wanted more than the place allotted to her. That one should not be dismissed as unusual or inherently corrupt. The 19th century taught women to aspire only in approved forms. A woman might hope for a respectable marriage, a more comfortable domestic position, a husband able to support appearances, a household of her own. She was not supposed to appear openly ambitious, because female ambition was tolerated only when concealed beneath modesty or affection. Yet the social order offered so few routes to security that women were constantly obliged to think strategically about men, money, and reputation. affection, and advantage were rarely cleanly separable. Many women learned to survive through tact, selective silence, managed dependency, and the ability to flatter, without surrendering too much of themselves. Marie, whatever else she was, appears to have learned those arts well. It was in this broad social world that Patrick O'Connor entered her life. Before he was buried beneath the kitchen floor in Bermondsey, he belonged to an earlier chapter of Marie's existence, one that later commentators eagerly simplified into romance and betrayal. The truth seems untidier and more interesting. Patrick is commonly described as her former lover, and there is enough in the surviving record to suggest he was more than a casual acquaintance. Yet the relationship is better understood not as some grand passion but as one of those complicated Victorian attachments in which intimacy, usefulness, obligation, and resentment gradually become impossible to separate. Patrick was older, better placed financially, and by all accounts a man with money to lend. He worked at the London docks and also prospered as a moneylender. That alone gave him a certain kind of power. A woman in insecure circumstances who attracted the sustained favor of such a man might gain practical support, but seldom without complication. Men who lend money and offer affection often imagine the two cannot be disentangled. What they experience as generosity may be received by the woman as relief, pressure, humiliation, or all three at once. A relationship that begins in intimacy can, under such conditions, harden into dependency. A relationship that begins in dependency may imitate intimacy so well that neither party clearly knows where one ends and the other begins. Patrick appears to have remained in Marie's life even after her marriage to Frederick Manning. That fact is crucial. Married respectability was supposed to absorb or conceal what had gone before. The continued existence of a former intimate within Marie's orbit suggests something unresolved. Patrick may once have hoped to marry her himself. He may have believed his earlier kindnesses entitled him to continued access. He may have regarded himself as protector, advisor, creditor, or all three. Whatever exact form he placed upon the connection, he remained near enough and trusted enough that she could later invite him into her house without arousing immediate suspicion. For Marie, such a relationship could not have been simple. Patrick would have represented a former life she could not neatly cast off. He had known her before marriage, before the establishment of any household she might call her own, before the better version of herself she wished to inhabit as a married woman. A man who knows the earlier self can become burdensome precisely because he carries memory. He reminds one of dependence, compromise, and former vulnerability. If money has passed between them, the burden grows heavier. Debt humiliates not only because it leaves one obliged, but because it leaves one seen in need. It is easy to imagine that what Patrick understood as generosity, Marie increasingly experienced as intrusion. What he may have regarded as friendship or rightful closeness, she may have felt as a lingering claim she could no longer bear. That does not make her innocent, nor does it prove coercion. It simply places the relationship where it most plausibly belongs, in the unstable ground between old intimacy and practical entanglement. By the time the Bermondsey murder was conceived, Patrick seems to have stood in Marie's life as a man who is still useful, still knowing, and increasingly unwelcome. That combination is dangerous. A former intimate who also possesses money, history, and an imperfectly settled place in a woman's life can become intolerable to someone determined to reinvent herself. Reinvention depends upon selective forgetting. One must leave behind former dependencies if the new identity is to hold. Yet those who knew the earlier self remain as living witnesses against the transformation. Patrick's continuing presence may therefore have touched something deeper than financial inconvenience. He represented the unfinishedness of Marie's new respectability. At some point, she came into closer connection with Frederick Manning. If, as some accounts suggest, they knew each other through service, then their meeting was not merely romantic, but social in a more revealing sense. They would have recognized in each other the habits and frustrations of those who had lived in subordinate relation to comfort. Both had seen respectable life from the inside without fully belonging to it. Both had moved through households where order, wealth, and ease were visible but not theirs. Such people may be especially vulnerable to the dream of creating, at last, a domestic life in which they themselves stand at the center. Frederick had his own relationship to class. As a man in service, he would have learned punctuality, neatness, deference, and the protocols of genteel life. but he would also have known the humiliation of tending comforts he could not provide for himself. Men in that position often develop a bruised pride. They know how a respectable household should look, yet may lack the means to sustain one. They are close enough to comfort to feel its absence keenly and close enough to authority to resent being kept beneath it. Marriage, for such a man, can promise not only companionship but restoration of masculine standing. He may no longer serve within another's home. He may become master within his own. For Marie, marriage to Frederick offered a different but related promise. It suggested the end of one kind of uncertainty and the beginning of a life more regularized, more visible, more respectable. To become a wife was not simply to acquire a husband. It was to acquire a recognized social form. Even a modest home of one's own carried enormous symbolic force for a woman who had lived in service or dependence. To direct a household rather than labor anonymously within someone else's was a crossing of status, as well as space. Yet marriages formed under the pressure of aspiration can be brittle. They are expected to deliver emotional reassurance, social dignity, and economic relief all at once. When they fail to deliver any one of these fully, resentment can gather quickly. A husband unable to provide much may still expect gratitude and loyalty. A wife who imagined marriage would settle her position may instead find her old vulnerabilities merely rearranged. The home she hoped would confirm her new identity may become a cramped theater in which every insufficiency is rehearsed daily. Under such conditions, past attachments do not vanish. They return, altered, now lit by the humiliations of the present. This, perhaps, is the truest way to see Marie before Bermondsey, not as a blank innocence corrupted all at once, nor as a born fiend merely waiting for her occasion, but as a woman shaped by ordinary forms of pressure that sharpened over time. Foreignness made socially useful and socially risky, service that taught both deference and ambition, intimacy entangled with money. Marriage entered under hopes that could not easily be met. A growing need to maintain appearances on means too narrow for ease, and, lingering beyond the threshold of the new life, the persistent figure of Patrick O'Connor. Marie seems to have understood from early on that survival required management. One managed speech, expression, clothing, loyalties, promises, and impressions. One revealed little too plainly. Silence itself could be active. A woman's reserve might conceal judgment, strategy, or fear. This quality appears repeatedly in later descriptions of her. Composure, self-command, the ability to present little more than she wished. Such traits easily become sinister in hindsight, but they were often first learned as protections. A woman who cannot afford emotional transparency often teaches herself opacity. That opacity would later fascinate and horrify the public. Before the crime, however, it may simply have made her socially effective. A woman who keeps her thoughts under control can move more easily between worlds. She can flatter without surrendering, receive without explaining, adapt without confessing what adaptation costs her. Yet the danger of such self-command is that injuries go underground. Humiliation, resentment, envy, and shame, if not spoken openly, may harden privately. A person outwardly controlled may inwardly accumulate bitterness with tremendous force. It would be a mistake to underestimate the role of shame here. Shame is one of the least visible but most potent forces in lives like Marie's. To have depended on men. To have been known before marriage in ways that marriage did not erase. To have aspirations greater than one's means. To live among signs of gentility, while feeling the floor of financial insecurity beneath one's feet. Such things could produce not only anxiety, but a kind of secret rage. The proud person does not merely suffer humiliation. She remembers it. By the time Marie approached married life in earnest, she had likely learned several lessons too well. That security was fragile. That appearance mattered. That men with money often imagined themselves entitled to more than repayment. That the home was both refuge and performance. That the past did not disappear simply because a woman changed her name. These were not yet the lessons of a murderess. But they were part of the mental world from which the Bermondsey crime would later emerge. Nothing in this makes what followed inevitable. Most women who endured dependence, class frustration, and humiliating attachments did not kill. Most former servants who wished for comfort did not turn domestic space into a grave. Circumstance explains strain, not choice. Yet choice is shaped somewhere, and Marie's was shaped here. In the narrow corridors of social aspiration, in the management of men and impressions, in the burden of old obligations, and in the increasingly intolerable gap between the life she wanted and the one she could honestly sustain. Before Bermondsey, then, Marie Manning was already a woman of surfaces and stored grievance, of ambition constrained by circumstance, of poise sharpened by insecurity, of relationships that could not be cleanly settled. She moved through a society that taught women to survive through indirection and then expressed astonishment when indirection darkened into something far worse. She had not yet become an emblem in the newspapers. She had not yet entered the dock. She remained, to outward view, one of many women striving for a respectable place in the city. But the elements were gathering. The marriage, the money, the old attachment that had not died, the domestic life that required more than it could support, and the habits of concealment already deeply practiced. The next stage of her life would draw those elements together under one roof. Chapter 2. Marriage, Money, and the Rooms in Miniver Place. Marriage offered Marie Manning what 19th century society most insistently claimed it offered women: settlement. Not happiness necessarily, nor freedom, nor comfort in any grand sense, but a recognized place. Marriage regularized a woman's relation to the world. It transformed her from an unattached figure moving uncertainly through service, favor, or fragile independence into a wife, a mistress of some domestic sphere, however humble. For women of Marie's class and circumstances, that change was not merely emotional. It was social, economic, and symbolic. To marry was to cross into legitimacy. For Marie, marriage to Frederick Manning must have seemed at first like the proper ending to one chapter and the beginning of another. It allowed her to stand not as servant or dependent but as wife. It promised a home of her own, or at least a home in which she belonged differently. It may also have appeared to offer a solution to the ambiguities of her earlier life, particularly her entanglement with Patrick O'Connor. Marriage has often been asked to perform that sort of moral tidying. The past is supposed to fall back into harmless memory once a woman becomes a wife. Whatever attachments existed before are expected to dissolve, or at least become socially manageable. But life is rarely so obliging. Marriage does not erase old obligations. It often magnifies them. A former intimate who remains financially relevant does not cease to matter simply because vows have been spoken. If anything, his presence can become more humiliating, because he now stands against the identity marriage was meant to confirm. In Marie's case, Patrick O'Connor did not disappear when she married Frederick in 1847. He remained in her orbit. Contemporary summaries make clear that she continued her connection with him after marriage. Whether called friendship, former intimacy, or something more compromised, the relationship endured, and so too did the problem it represented. Patrick was not only a man from Marie's past. He was a continuing figure in her present. That mattered for both husband and wife. For Marie, Patrick's continued place in her life threatened the self she wished to inhabit. As Frederick Manning's wife, she was meant to be settled, respectable, enclosed within the moral boundaries of marriage and household. Yet Patrick knew her from before that arrangement. He had known her in a state of dependence and uncertainty. He had likely helped her financially. He may have imagined that his earlier usefulness entitled him to ongoing access or influence. Whether he made those claims explicitly or simply carried himself with the confidence of a man who believed he still mattered, the result would have been the same. He represented a past Marie could not completely suppress. For Frederick, Patrick's existence must have cut differently but no less sharply. A husband of limited means, conscious of status and male dignity, could hardly welcome the continued relevance of another man who had once stood close to his wife and who also possessed money. If Patrick retained any sort of emotional, financial, or social claim, however ambiguous, then he intruded upon Frederick's authority at the very center of married life. It is not necessary to imagine melodramatic jealousy to see the insult. A husband unable fully to support his household may feel especially wounded by the figure of a former intimate who can. Patrick's continued presence would have exposed the gap between the masculine ideal Frederick wished to embody and the actual fragility of his means. Thus the marriage began not upon clean ground but upon ground already marked by unresolved dependence. The house at 3, Miniver Place, Bermondsey, was where these tensions took material form. Before it became a crime scene, it was a modest London home in a district where respectability and hardship lived pressed close together. Bermondsey was not among the grand quarters of the city. It belonged to that broad urban landscape of tradespeople, laborers, clerks, lodgers, small households, and constant economic strain. Streets there carried the ordinary noise and smell of dense city life. Carts, children, cooking, commerce, soot, industry, neighbors near enough to hear but not always to know. To keep a house in such a district was no aristocratic triumph, but it could still feel like success to those who had long stood on the edges of settled domesticity. A home of one's own, however small, mattered immensely to people like the Mannings. It was proof that they had crossed some invisible boundary between service and self-direction. To close a door against the street and say this is ours was to claim a form of dignity. Yet the home also required maintenance. Respectability was not only possessed, it had to be performed day after day. Rooms must be kept in order, meals provided, furnishings managed, clothing maintained, rent paid, small domestic comforts sustained. In households where means were narrow, the effort required to look settled could become a source of constant strain. Marie, with her acute sense of appearances, would have understood the importance of those rooms. A house was not merely shelter. It was theater, proof, and claim. It announced that she was no longer a woman moving from dependency to dependency, but a married woman presiding over her own interior. The front room, the table, the hearth, the kitchen, even the threshold itself all participated in that claim. To receive someone into such a home as mistress rather than servant was no small change in social meaning. Yet such a household rests on money, and money was exactly what the Mannings lacked in sufficient measure. Whatever hopes they may have held at marriage, domestic life quickly makes the truth difficult to ignore. Respectable appearance is expensive in small, relentless ways. Coal must be bought. Food must be bought. Clothes wear out. Household items break. Rent returns with dull regularity. To live always a little beneath the level required for ease is to feel money not as abstract arithmetic, but as atmosphere. It enters speech, mood, resentment, and silence. It makes a home feel at once necessary and accusatory. Patrick O'Connor's continuing presence sharpened that atmosphere because he was not merely a memory. He had money. He lent it. He was, by common accounts, comparatively well off. This gave him a kind of lingering power over Marie that no marriage could instantly erase. A former intimate with resources can remain in a woman's life in ways simultaneously practical and humiliating. If she needs his help, she resents the need. If she does not need it at every moment, she may still resent that he once saw her needing it. Money changes the emotional temperature of every exchange. Favors become obligations. Previous tenderness becomes leverage. Old familiarity becomes difficult to reject cleanly. This is why it is too simple to describe the O'Connor connection as merely romantic. By the time of the Bermondsey household, the relationship seems to have been a knot of prior intimacy and financial entanglement. Patrick may have thought of himself as still useful, perhaps still welcome, perhaps still holding some special place in Marie's confidence. Marie may once have encouraged that impression, either sincerely or strategically. By now, however, whatever warmth had once existed appears to have been altered into something colder. Patrick had become useful in a way that was also burdensome. He belonged to the past, but he also intruded upon the present. For a woman trying to inhabit married respectability, that kind of man can become intolerable. He knows too much. He reminds her of what she needed before she became a wife. He exists as a living link between former dependency and current pretense. And because he is financially capable, he cannot be dismissed as irrelevant. This would have been galling to Marie in a very particular way. The new identity represented by Miniver Place depended on the idea of domestic independence. Patrick's continued place in her affairs exposed how incomplete that independence really was. Frederick, too, had reasons to feel his presence as an affront. Men like Frederick, trained by service and conscious of rank, often place enormous emotional weight on the role of householder. To be husband and master within one's own home matters more when one has spent years subordinate in the homes of others. If another man's money, history, or influence remains felt within that home, then masculine dignity itself seems compromised. O'Connor was not just a creditor or old acquaintance. He was a rival form of authority shadowing the marriage. In this way, Patrick stood at the center of both their grievances at once. He represented for Marie the persistence of old dependence, for Frederick, the exposure of present insufficiency. That position made him far more dangerous to them than an ordinary lender or casual former admirer would have been. He was a problem made of memory, money, and humiliation. Inside the Manning marriage, such a problem would not have remained static. Households under financial pressure develop private mythologies. Husband and wife begin to explain their disappointments through repeated stories about who stands in their way, who has wronged them, what ought to have been theirs. These stories simplify and intensify. A mixed relationship becomes a grievance. An awkward dependency becomes an insult. A useful man becomes a burden. Once this process begins, the subject at its center is no longer seen in full human dimension. He becomes, instead, the embodiment of everything the couple most hates in its own situation. Patrick O'Connor could easily have been made to bear that role. It is not hard to imagine how the talk at Miniver Place may have developed. Not immediately into murder, but into repetition. His name raised too often. Money spoken of with heat. Past assistance recalled not with gratitude, but with irritation. His continued presence described as interference, his confidence as presumption, his existence itself as a standing injury to the household's dignity. Such talk, rehearsed privately, alters moral proportion. It does not yet command violence, but it prepares the imagination for it. A victim first becomes a grievance, then a problem, and only later a body. Marie's contribution to this domestic atmosphere was likely significant. She appears in the surviving record as a woman capable of outward composure and inward intensity. Such people can exercise unusual influence in close relationships. A controlled remark may weigh more than a shouted one. If she spoke of Patrick not hysterically but with measured bitterness, as a man who presumed too much and represented too much, Frederick may have been more easily drawn into agreement. Their resentments need not have been identical to become mutually reinforcing. By this stage, the rooms at Miniver Place were doing more than housing a marriage. They were containing tension. Every modest domestic interior magnifies what occurs within it. Small rooms hold argument differently from grand houses. Financial strain cannot be dispersed. Embarrassment has nowhere to go. A former servant who finally possesses a home of her own may feel each insult within it all the more sharply because the home itself carries so much symbolic weight. To feel one's household compromised is to feel one's identity compromised. That is one reason the house matters so much to the case. Long before it concealed a body, it served as the stage upon which Marie and Frederick tried to enact the lives they wanted. It had to look orderly, proper, inhabited in the correct way. Visitors had to be received with sufficient decency. Domestic routine had to continue despite whatever anxiety lay beneath it. Such work of appearance was not trivial. It was central to their social existence. The home was meant to confirm who they were. Instead, it increasingly reminded them what they were not. From there, it is only a short step to imagining drastic change. Households under pressure often sustain themselves by fantasizing a turning point. Some event, some sum of money, some removal of difficulty after which life will begin properly. Criminal schemes often enter through that same mental doorway. Murder for gain rarely appears in the offender's own imagination as mere brutality. It appears a solution. Remove the burden. Take the money. End the humiliation. Start again. It is the oldest illusion in domestic crime, and one of the most enduring. Patrick O'Connor's death would have seemed to offer the Mannings precisely that kind of false solution. If he were gone, the old tie would be cut. If money or valuables could be taken, immediate relief might follow. If the body could be hidden, time might be gained. If departure or deception could be managed, a whole new arrangement might open before them. Such reasoning is foolish from the outside, but to those inside it, especially when shared within a strained marriage, it can feel grimly practical. Violence presents itself as administration. The house itself encouraged this illusion. A modest dwelling known intimately by its occupants can seduce them into believing it is manageable in every respect. They know the boards, the kitchen, the thresholds, the sounds of neighbors, the ways ordinary routine can cover irregularity. Former servants, trained in the management of domestic surfaces, might especially overestimate their ability to turn a house into a machine of concealment. If a body could be hidden beneath the kitchen floor, if the boards were relayed, if the room resumed its ordinary function, then perhaps the house itself would keep the secret. This was the fatal arrogance embedded in the plan long before it was enacted. Still, before Miniver Place became a grave, it remained a married home, however strained. Its rooms held the daily negotiations of two people trying to sustain appearances on insufficient means. They held the burden of Patrick's lingering presence. They held a husband's pride and a wife's resentment. They held old dependency and new ambition under the same roof. In such rooms, moral boundaries can wear down slowly. A thought first spoken in anger may return as possibility. A possibility may become preparation. A preparation may come to seem necessary. The marriage, instead of restraining these impulses, appears to have strengthened them. Two people alone with the same grievance can persuade each other into terrible confidence. One speaks, the other does not object. One imagines, the other adds detail. Fear is dispersed across the pair. Responsibility blurs. The shared plan becomes a private bond. In such a marriage, complicity can masquerade as loyalty. Husband and wife, supposed by society to civilize one another, may instead become each other's license. By the time Patrick was invited to Bermondsey, the house at Miniver Place had already changed in meaning. To outward view it remained a modest urban dwelling occupied by a married couple. Inwardly it had begun to serve another purpose. Its rooms were no longer simply lived in. They were being considered. The home was becoming an instrument. The threshold would admit the victim. The table would receive him. The kitchen would conceal him. The ordinary domestic order of the place would lend cover to the extraordinary violence intended within it. And it was precisely the history between Patrick and Marie that made this possible. Without that prior intimacy, however compromised, the invitation might not have been accepted. Without his financial usefulness, the murder might not have seemed worth its risk. Without the unresolved burden he represented to the marriage, the violence might not have gathered such emotional force. Patrick belonged not outside the story, but at its center from the beginning. He was woven into the very fabric of the household that would destroy him. When he finally entered Miniver Place, he would not be stepping into a simple supper among acquaintances. He would be stepping into the accumulated strain of a marriage, the unresolved residue of an old attachment, and the concentrated fantasy that one act of violence might erase years of dependence, embarrassment, and want. The rooms were already waiting. Chapter 3. Patrick O'Connor comes to supper. By the time Patrick O'Connor accepted the invitation to Miniver Place, he was no longer simply a man from Marie Manning's past. Within the private logic of the Manning household, he had become something heavier and more dangerous, a living reminder of dependency, an embarrassment to marriage, a source of possible money, and a figure upon whom old grievances could be laid until they seemed to explain everything. That transformation had not occurred in a single flash of hatred. It had developed gradually, within the close air of married life, until Patrick ceased to exist in full human proportion and came to stand instead for whatever the Mannings most wished removed from their circumstances. This is one of the oldest moral degradations in murder. A victim first becomes inconvenient, then burdensome, then symbolically charged. By the time violence is chosen, he is no longer seen merely as himself. He becomes the obstacle, the insult, the problem. Everything that once made him familiar is retained only so far as it serves the plan. In Patrick's case, what had once made him intimate to Marie would make him vulnerable to her. What he believed, or half believed, about his former place in her confidence would help carry him through the door. The invitation mattered because this was not a crime that could have been managed in open space. The Mannings needed enclosure. They needed the advantage of their own rooms, their own timings, their own control over who saw and heard. A public quarrel would not do. A chance meeting on the street could not guarantee success. The body, too, would have to be dealt with afterwards, and that required forethought of the most practical and hideous kind. The victim must be brought inside not only as target but as guest. The house itself had to assist in the murder before it could assist in the concealment. There is a peculiar horror in such arrangements because they depend upon the theft of ordinary social trust. A man invited to a married couple's home does not think like prey. He thinks like a visitor. He may anticipate awkwardness, requests, or emotional discomfort. He may prepare himself for old tensions, for the possibility of being used, importuned, or flattered. But he does not usually expect that the very forms of civility offered to him are being used to lower his guard. Hospitality carries moral credit. A door opened, a meal prepared, a chair offered, a table laid. All these signal ordinary domestic peace. They belong to the grammar of safety. To turn them towards murder is to commit not only violence, but a kind of domestic sacrilege. Patrick's willingness to come suggests that whatever had passed between him and Marie, enough confidence remained for him to believe an invitation plausible. That confidence may have rested on vanity. Men often flatter themselves where former attachments are concerned. A woman may have withdrawn from them in feeling long before she withdraws in form, and they persuade themselves that the old relation still survives beneath whatever changes have occurred. A married name, a new address, a husband at table. None of these necessarily destroy the self-importance of a man who believes he once stood close and may still be useful. Patrick may well have imagined that he remained admitted where other men were not, that old familiarity would smooth whatever tensions lingered. If so, his error was not unusual. It was simply fatal. His financial position may also have contributed to that confidence. A man who lends money, and who has been of use in another's harder days, often imagines the debt between them is not merely economic but personal. He believes himself remembered in a special way. He expects access not always because it has been freely given, but because usefulness has made him presumptuous. Patrick may have thought Marie's approach, or her readiness to receive him, only the natural continuation of a bond formed long before. What he interpreted as remaining significance may, by then, have been to her merely leverage. It is important not to flatten him into a fool. Patrick O'Connor was, by the surviving descriptions, a man who had made money, who moved with enough confidence in the city, and who must have possessed a reasonable understanding of human motive. He was not some innocent adolescent stumbling blindly towards doom. But even worldly men can be deceived by the emotional arrangements in which they most wish to believe. A person often sees least clearly where vanity and memory work together. Patrick did not need to be foolish in every respect. He needed only to misread one woman badly and to trust too far in the protections of ordinary domestic custom. For Marie, the invitation required a different kind of control. By this stage, she was not simply dealing with Patrick as a former intimate, or even as a burden. She was helping to convert history into instrument. Everything that had once passed between them, however mixed, however unresolved, now became useful in one narrow sense. It made his arrival possible. This is among the coldest transformations in crimes of intimacy. The past is stripped of sentiment and retained only for its tactical value. A woman once known to him, once perhaps needed by him in some way, now measured exactly how much familiarity was required to bring him under her roof. If the invitation was framed without unusual drama, that would only have increased its effectiveness. Domestic murder rarely begins with melodramatic lures. It succeeds by wearing the appearance of ordinary life. A meal, a conversation, some matter to settle, an evening call. The more commonplace the arrangement, the less resistance it raises. To invite a man into a house in Bermondsey for supper is not, in itself, remarkable. Indeed, its very dullness forms part of the disguise. Most people go to their deaths through the ordinary doorways of habit, trust, and unfinished business, not through anything grand enough to awaken alarm. By then the Manning marriage had crossed an inward boundary from complaint to design. One does not ask a victim to supper without first remaking the house in the imagination. Rooms are no longer only lived in, they are assessed. The path from front door to parlor or kitchen is considered differently. Objects in the room acquire future significance. A chair becomes the place where he will sit. A gap in the house's routine becomes the hour in which the act can be managed. A patch of floor ceases to be just floor. In such a household, the ordinary interior grows double. One version remains visible to the outsider. Another, known only to the conspirators, has already become criminal. Miniver Place was especially suited to this dangerous illusion of control. It was a modest dwelling, familiar to its occupants in every practical detail. The Mannings knew its sounds, its layout, its thresholds, the rhythm of neighboring life, the way domestic work might mask disruption. Former servants often carry with them a deep confidence in household management. They know how mess is cleared, how stains are explained, how routines continue under strain, how visitors are received, how a room is made to look undisturbed. Such knowledge, harmless in ordinary life, can become deadly when joined to criminal intention. It encourages the belief that a house may be governed completely if one is calm enough and clever enough within it. The invitation to Patrick therefore belonged to a larger fantasy, that the house would protect those who used it well. If he could be brought inside, if he could be struck down, if the body could be hidden, if ordinary domestic order resumed quickly enough, then perhaps the walls and floor of Miniver Place would absorb the crime and hold its secret. This was not merely a calculation. It was a delusion born from too much faith in surfaces. The Mannings mistook familiarity for mastery. They believed that because they understood how a modest house appeared to others, they could determine what others would never see. Still, before the act itself there had to be the performance of normality. This may have been Marie's most essential contribution. Later observers often remarked upon her self-command, though they did so with moral disgust once her guilt was known. Before the crime, that same quality would have been useful in the most practical way. A guest must not be startled by visible nerves. A woman receiving a man she has known before marriage must neither overplay warmth nor reveal hostility. She must make the evening appear plausible. If she seems too affectionate, it may invite a different kind of caution. Too cold, and he may shorten his visit or remain on alert. The success of the evening depended upon balance. That balance was itself a form of acting, though not theatrical in the obvious sense. It would have been made up of small things: tone of voice, steadiness of manner, the ordinary business of receiving someone into a room, perhaps the simple impression that whatever unease lay in the history between them could be managed within the decencies of married hospitality. This is what makes the invitation so chilling. It was not the flourish of some flamboyant villain, but the work of domestic poise. The more controlled and unremarkable Marie appeared, the safer Patrick would feel. Frederick's role in the evening was different, but no less important. If Marie's familiarity helped admit the guest, Frederick's presence helped normalize the setting. A married supper presents itself as orderly. The husband's visibility drains the scene of illicit suggestion. Whatever Patrick had once been to Marie, he now entered the house under the apparent sanction of her marriage. Frederick's very presence, therefore, formed part of the disguise. He stood not only as husband and host, but as evidence that no forbidden intimacy was being reawakened. In that sense, the marriage itself became an instrument of entrapment. The domestic order Patrick saw was the very thing that concealed his danger. One may picture the evening at Miniver Place with painful clarity precisely because its outlines are so ordinary. A man arrives. He is let in. He removes the marks of the street and enters the enclosed air of the house. Words are exchanged. He sits. The small courtesies of reception take place. Perhaps there is food set out, perhaps drink, perhaps the awkwardness natural to any gathering shaped by previous entanglements. Nothing in these gestures would have appeared extraordinary to anyone glancing through a window or hearing muffled sound beyond a wall. And that is the point. Most crimes of this sort depend on the powerful indifference of the ordinary. Life goes on outside. Neighbors mind their own concerns. A supper call is only a supper call until the body is found. Inside, however, another current would have run beneath the scene. The Mannings were no longer merely husband and wife playing host. They were people waiting to become murderers. Everything before the act must therefore have been felt doubly by them. Each ordinary exchange with Patrick was also a last exchange before violence. Each pause in conversation shortened the distance to the blow. The body often knows such imminence even when the face remains composed. Hands must remain steady while the mind leaps ahead. A glance between conspirators can carry a volume of meaning. Silence itself thickens. The room becomes charged not because anything visible changes, but because those within it have already crossed the inward line that separates imagination from deed. Did Patrick notice anything? It is impossible to know, and dangerous to invent too confidently. He may have noticed nothing beyond the usual strain of a socially awkward visit. He may have registered some tension without interpreting it as peril. Many victims of intimate crime perceive discomfort but mistake its nature. They read it as embarrassment, money trouble, marital stiffness, or the aftertaste of old feeling. Very few interpret it, in the moment, as the prelude to murder. Patrick may have sensed enough to feel slightly ill at ease, but not enough to leave. The protections of the social script would still have held him. One does not leap from the table because a host seems strained. One remains seated and explains the unease in lesser terms. This is why the invitation remains the moral hinge of the whole case. Without it, there could be no enclosed control, no use of the house as trap, no later concealment beneath the floorboards. The invitation translated resentment into proximity. It took private grievance and gave it physical opportunity. It was the bridge between imagined violence and practicable murder. In a sense, it was the first blow, though no weapon had yet been lifted. It placed Patrick where he could no longer rely on the world outside, where his history with Marie would disarm him, and where the forms of domestic life would be used against him. There is also a deeper irony here. Patrick came to Miniver Place because of what he had once been to Marie. That is what allowed the summons to seem harmless enough. But it was also what made him unbearable within the marriage. He belonged to the period before the house, before Frederick's claim as husband, before Marie's attempt to stabilize herself within the role of wife and mistress. The more Patrick represented an older dependence, the more dangerous he became to the domestic identity she now wished to defend. He was admitted by history and condemned by it at the same time. By the later evidence, Marie's knowledge of Patrick's affairs extended beyond mere memory. After the murder, she would go to his lodgings and take money and securities. That act suggests not opportunistic rummaging by a near stranger, but prior familiarity. She knew where he lived, what he possessed, and that there was value to be found there. The invitation to supper, then, was part of a larger pattern of knowledge. Patrick's habits, finances, and trust had all become available for use. What he may once have considered the natural closeness of their relationship had become, in her hands, a map. If there was ever a point at which either of the Mannings might have turned back, it would have been before Patrick crossed the threshold. Once he was inside, ordinary moral recoil had to compete not only with fear and greed, but with the momentum of the plan itself. Criminal intention, once embodied in real arrangements, becomes difficult to interrupt. The victim is present. The house is ready. The conspirators are being watched by each other as much as by the guest. To retreat now would require not only conscience, but the willingness to undo the shared certainty that has bound husband and wife together. Such retreats do happen, but not often when grievance has been long rehearsed and practical gain appears near at hand. So the evening advanced under the sign of ordinary domesticity. Outside, Bermondsey remained Bermondsey, busy, indifferent, close-built, unaware. Inside, one of the most notorious household murders of Victorian England waited for its moment. Patrick O'Connor, still breathing, still speaking, still operating within the assumptions of social life, sat in a room that had already judged him. Husband and wife, joined in purpose, kept their places within the scene. The house held them all together for a little while longer. Host, hostess, husband, guest, each seeming to inhabit their expected role. Only one of them still believed the roles were real. The next movement would break the whole arrangement open. Courtesy would collapse into force. The guest would become a victim. The husband and wife would become, not merely in intention but in fact, killers. And the house at Miniver Place, so anxiously maintained as proof of married respectability, would begin its second life as a place of burial and concealment. Chapter 4. Murder in the House. There is a final moment in every planned killing when the world still appears capable of returning to ordinary shape. The victim is alive. The room is intact. The arrangement of chairs, plates, voices, and gestures still belongs to recognizable life. Whatever murderous purpose has been nourished in secret has not yet announced itself in irreversible fact. Then that moment passes. One movement follows another. A blow is struck or prepared. A body reacts not as expected. Sound changes. Furniture shifts. Breath becomes struggle. The room, which had been holding social form together by the thinnest membrane, ruptures. Once that rupture occurs, nothing within it belongs to the old order any longer. So it was at Miniver Place. Patrick O'Connor had entered the house as guest, however awkwardly placed within the marriage that received him. He sat under the signs of domestic civility. He was admitted by previous intimacy and disarmed by married respectability. Yet by the time he crossed the threshold, the decision against him had already been made. The evening did not create the murder. It merely delivered him into the space where it could be done. The precise sequence of the killing can never be recovered in every motion and pause. What survives is evidence enough to establish the nature of the act, not enough to restore it as if one stood invisibly in the room. That limit matters. Sensational crime has long tempted writers into false omniscience, filling silence with dramatic detail and inventing certainty where history gives only outline. But the outlines here are strong enough. Patrick O'Connor was shot and then, after the violence had begun, his throat was cut. His death was not accidental, not sudden in the sense of a single unpremeditated burst, but the result of determined action within the enclosed space of the Manning household. However the final seconds unfolded, the intention behind them was clear. One should resist the temptation to imagine murder as cleaner in the planning than in the reality. People who arrange a killing often think in simplified terms. They picture the victim falling promptly, the body becoming manageable at once, the house submitting obediently to their purposes. Real violence seldom behaves so tidily. It is noisy, resistant, humiliating, and materially awkward. The body does not instantly become an object. It bleeds, convulses, weighs heavily, interrupts the murderer's fantasy of control. This is one reason murder so often leaves behind signs of panic even when carefully plotted. The offenders meet not simply their victim, but the brute fact of human death. That fact must have asserted itself at Miniver Place with shocking force. A gunshot inside a modest urban dwelling is no small thing. It alters not only the victim but the atmosphere itself. Sound fills the room and escapes it in ways difficult to manage. The assailants must instantly confront the question of who may have heard, what explanation may later be required, and whether the first act has fully achieved what was intended. If the victim is not at once still, the scene grows more desperate. A cut throat after the shot suggests not calm efficiency, but the ugly insistence of overkill. The need to make certain, the refusal to leave survival to chance. That is often the point at which planned violence reveals its true emotional depth. A murder arranged for gain still carries hatred, fear, or contempt in its physical execution. It is difficult not to see that second injury as expressive. Patrick O'Connor was not merely to be removed. He was to be decisively mastered within the space where he had been admitted under the protection of social trust. The throat, after all, is intimate territory. To cut it is not like striking blindly from distance. It requires proximity, resolve, and a willingness to place one's own body close to the body already breaking down. Such violence strips away whatever thin administrative logic offenders may have given themselves beforehand. In that moment, the murder ceases to be only about money or inconvenience. It becomes fully personal, enacted at the nearest human range. Whether Marie herself delivered either act or whether Frederick carried the physical violence while she assisted, enabled, or directed, the essential moral point remains unchanged. This was a household murder committed by two people acting in concert. Too much historical writing, especially older writing about male, female criminal partnerships, tries to divide such crimes into caricatures. The weak husband led astray by a serpent-like wife, or the brutal husband acting while the wife hovers guiltily at the edge. The Manning case resists such simplification. Whatever the precise mechanics of the fatal moments, both had crossed far enough into conspiracy that Patrick's death belonged to them jointly. The room held not one killer and one bystander, but a married complicity. One may imagine, though only within the bounds of what the case supports, how quickly the social structure of the evening would have collapsed once violence began. A guest seated moments before now rises or falls in confusion. The host is no longer host but attacker. The housewife is no longer receiver of visitors, but participant in death. Furniture ceases to belong to comfort and becomes obstacle, witness, or support. The ordinary objects of the room are contaminated at once. Nothing in a domestic interior survives murder untouched in meaning. A table remains a table, a chair remains a chair, but after blood and terror they no longer inhabit the same moral universe they did before. And blood there must have been. Murder narratives often hurry from fatal act to disposal, as if the body once dead immediately becomes a problem of transport and concealment. But between those stages lies the room itself, altered beyond recovery. Blood on surfaces is not merely evidence, It is consequence made visible. It demands labor. It stains the fantasy of clean solution. The more intimate the violence, the more impossible it is for the offenders to preserve any illusion that they are still respectable people managing a difficulty. They are forced into direct contact with what they have done. This contact matters because it reveals whether remorse, shock, or recoil enters. In some killings, one offender at least falters once the body lies before them as reality. There is revulsion, weeping, paralysis, frantic self-delusion. In others, practical urgency takes over at once. The body is assessed, not mourned. Blood is noticed as a cleaning problem. Sound is weighed as a neighborly risk. Clothing is checked. Objects are moved. If the surviving record suggests anything about the Mannings, it is that they moved rapidly from murder to management. That shift does not indicate composure in some admirable sense. It indicates the extent to which the victim had already been converted, in their minds, from person to problem. Patrick's body would not have become easier to handle simply because he was dead. Here again planned murder collides with material truth. A living man, even one taken by surprise, can be lured and overpowered. A dead man must be moved. Weight becomes monstrous when it no longer assists itself. Limbs drag, clothing snags. The body is not merely heavy but resistant in awkward ways. In a confined house, with the risk of noise and the urgency of concealment pressing on them, the Mannings must have discovered immediately how poor a servant death is to the criminal imagination. To kill is one thing. To keep the body from the world is another. Before the concealment could begin in earnest, there would have been a short, dreadful interval in which the room held all three realities together: the dead man, the living killers, and the home that had moments earlier pretended to ordinary peace. That interval is among the most revealing in domestic murder because it forces offenders to stand, however briefly, amid the wreck of their own pretense. The guest has been transformed into a corpse. The married couple have transformed themselves into murderers. The room has become a crime scene. Yet the walls, furniture, and household arrangements still encircle them as if nothing in their design had changed. Such contrast is unbearable, which is one reason offenders hurry so fiercely into practical action. They cannot remain long in the immediate presence of their act without risking horror or collapse. Still, practical action itself is not neutral. Every act taken after the killing deepens the crime. To fetch tools, to examine the floor, to decide where to place the body, to speak in lowered voices about what must be done next. These are not afterthoughts, but extensions of the murder's intention. At Miniver Place, the transition from violence to concealment seems to have been swift enough to show prior planning. One does not spontaneously choose burial beneath the kitchen floor unless the possibility has already been considered. The house had been read in advance as a place not merely for living but for hiding. The murder therefore unfolded within a larger structure of thought already in place. The kitchen stands at the center of that structure. In a modest 19th century house, the kitchen was the engine room of domestic life. Labor, heat, food, order, repetition. For former servants, it would also have carried a deeper symbolic weight. It was the room of work, the room where one had once produced comfort for others. To bury Patrick O'Connor beneath that floor was to corrupt the very heart of household maintenance. The act did more than hide a body. It transformed domestic space into accomplice. Meals would later be prepared above him. Ordinary movement would continue above him. The routines of housekeeping would become the cover under which the dead man remained unacknowledged. One cannot avoid the symbolic violence of that. The home, which Victorian culture idealized as a center of moral order under feminine management, was used here to absorb and suppress a murder committed for gain, resentment, and release from old dependency. The kitchen did not merely contain concealment. It represented a desecration of the domestic ideal itself. This helps explain why the case horrified so powerfully. It was not only that a man had been killed. It was that he had been received into a house and folded into its very structure as though the house could digest the crime. Yet before the burial beneath the floorboards came the immediate demands of the corpse. The killers had to move him. However the work was divided, the labor must have been brutal and degrading. Murderers who fantasize themselves decisive often become, after the act, reluctant porters of their own consequences. They must grip clothing or limbs that moments ago belonged to a speaking person. They must pull, lift, or maneuver weight through narrow space. They must reconcile themselves not only morally, but physically to what they have made. Every inch of movement forces intimacy upon them. In this sense, concealment is often the truest punishment that begins before law intervenes. The body will not let them keep murder abstract. There may have been panic amid the effort, but panic does not exclude determination. The pair had too much at stake to stop. If neighbors had heard anything, delay would only heighten danger. If blood was visible, every minute increased the chance of discovery. In such conditions, husband and wife may have become grimly efficient, each assisting the other less from calm than from necessity. Their marriage, so recently the vessel of shared grievance, now became a working partnership in disposal. This is one of the darkest truths of joint domestic crime. Intimacy may survive the moment of killing not by softening it, but by helping to carry it forward. Whatever they felt in private, triumph, nausea, fear, or some hideous mixture, their next task was concealment. The body beneath the floor would be the physical answer to a larger hope, that the house itself might seal the act from the world long enough for theft, deception, and escape to follow. That hope rested on arrogance, but not irrational arrogance. It drew upon everything the Mannings thought they knew about household management, about neighbors' blindness, about the persuasive power of surfaces. If the floor were relayed, if the room resumed its ordinary appearance, if conversation remained steady, then perhaps the dead might remain where they had been forced. Patrick O'Connor's person, meanwhile, was already being broken into categories useful to the killers. There was the body to be hidden. There were the possessions to be taken or searched. There were the evidentiary traces to be cleaned. There was the public version of him that would later have to be accounted for. Absent, departed, unexplained. This partitioning of the victim belongs to the post-murder mind. It is one of the ugliest transformations in human conduct. A man who arrived whole as guest becomes, in the thoughts of his killers, a set of tasks. That is the moral wasteland murder creates. Yet no matter how fully the offenders attempt that reduction, the body continues to resist in its own way. Even hidden, it exerts pressure. It smells. It disturbs routine. It remains knowable to those who concealed it. The floor becomes not just floor but secret. Every step above it repeats the crime in the mind. In that sense, burial under the kitchen did not merely solve a problem. It created a new one. The burden of living immediately over what had been done. The Mannings, by folding the corpse into the house, ensured that the house itself would never again be innocent ground to them. Every domestic act performed there afterward would take place above knowledge. This is perhaps why domestic concealment is so psychologically distinctive. A body hidden in a field or river may be absent from the offender's daily life. A body buried in the home remains present, not visibly but morally and spatially. It occupies the center of routine. It turns breakfast, cleaning, conversation, and sleep into acts conducted in the company of the dead. The murderer may imagine that concealment restores ordinary life. In fact, it poisons ordinariness from within. For the moment, though, the Mannings could not afford to dwell on such matters. Immediate survival depended upon surface restoration. The room of violence had to be brought as close as possible to recognizable order. Blood had to be cleaned, objects set right, the path between murder and burial effaced. This labor is among the most revealing because it reverses the natural meaning of housekeeping. Cleaning, which ordinarily serves comfort and health, becomes here the servant of deception. Domestic order is stripped of innocence and used to disguise rupture. A wiped surface is no longer merely neat. It is false testimony. Marie's role in that false testimony may well have been substantial. Her long acquaintance with the management of appearances, first in service and later in her own home, would have made her especially suited to the domestic afterwork of murder. That does not lessen her guilt. It specifies its texture. Women involved in household killings are often imagined either as passive witnesses or demonic instigators, when in reality their participation may lie in the deeply practical arts society trained them to master: arranging rooms, controlling visitors, cleaning traces, maintaining the visible continuity of domestic life. In Marie's case, such arts were not peripheral. They belonged to the crime's success as imagined by its perpetrators. By the end of that first dreadful period after the killing, Patrick O'Connor had passed through several transformations in quick succession. He had been guest, target, victim, corpse, and concealed burden. Marie and Frederick had undergone their own metamorphosis. They were no longer a strained married couple merely discussing violent relief. They were now bound by fact. Whatever private quarrels or imbalances existed between them, they had crossed together into the irreversible. A shared murder creates a new marriage of its own, one founded not on affection but on mutual ruin. Each partner becomes the other's witness, risk, and necessary ally. Outside the walls of Miniver Place, nothing yet had changed. Bermondsey continued as before. Neighbors moved through their evening business. The city remained indifferent, as cities usually do, to the moral catastrophe enclosed within any one room. But inside the house everything had altered. A man lay dead who had entered trusting ordinary forms of civility. The kitchen floor was being prepared to receive him. The home the Mannings had meant as proof of respectability had begun its transformation into one of the most infamous domestic crime scenes of the century. The murder itself was over. The concealment had begun. What remained now was the larger fraud. To turn death into absence, theft into opportunity, and the house that held a buried body into a setting capable, for a little while longer, of pretending at ordinary life. Chapter 5. Under the kitchen floor. Once Patrick O'Connor was dead, the murder at Miniver Place entered its second and, in some ways, more revealing phase. Violence, however intimate and appalling, can still be imagined by offenders as a brief eruption, a single decisive act that clears the path to whatever they believe lies beyond it. Concealment is less dramatic and therefore often more morally exposing. It requires duration. It requires repeated decisions. It forces the offenders to remain in active relation to what they have done. A body hidden is not a body forgotten. It becomes the center around which falsehood, domestic routine, and mounting anxiety must all be organized. The Manning case is inseparable from that truth because Patrick O'Connor was not carried away into some remote place where the crime might be psychologically distanced from ordinary life. He was buried within the house itself, beneath the kitchen floor. This fact gave the case its peculiar and lasting horror. It meant not only that a man had been murdered in a domestic interior, but that the domestic interior was made to absorb him. The house became both crime scene and tomb. The labor of keeping house would continue above the grave. What had been the center of household work became the center of concealment. There is something especially grim about burial under floorboards. Water may be imagined as surrendering the body to distance and uncertainty. Fire may suggest annihilation, however imperfectly. Burial in open ground at least places the dead in recognizable relation to earth. But under the floor of a kitchen, the corpse is forced into architecture. It is not hidden in nature but in habitation. Walls, boards, and household traffic are drafted into service against the dead man's discovery. The ordinary use of the room itself becomes part of the lie. Every step overhead is an act of denial. That choice also reveals the kind of intelligence the Mannings brought to their crime. Whatever their panic after the murder, the burial cannot have been wholly spontaneous. It depended on prior recognition that the house offered a possible grave. One does not casually decide, after killing a man indoors, to lift kitchen boards and place him underneath, unless the thought has already presented itself. The exact degree of preparation may never be measured with perfect certainty, but the logic of the concealment speaks for itself. The house had been read in advance as manageable space. Its structure had already been considered as criminal resource. Here one sees again the distorted legacy of domestic knowledge. Former servants and strivers after respectability often develop a heightened confidence in the manipulations of household appearance. They understand how rooms present themselves, how surfaces conceal effort, how ordinary life continues over hidden strain. In decent circumstances, this knowledge supports comfort and order. In criminal ones, it can become dangerous arrogance. The Mannings seem to have believed that if the floor were opened, the body placed beneath, the boards restored, and the room returned to recognizable domestic condition, then the concealment might hold long enough for them to benefit from the murder and perhaps escape its consequences. Yet the body beneath the floor was never only a practical matter. It was also a symbolic act of extraordinary violence. Patrick O'Connor had entered the house as a guest. The rituals of domestic civility had admitted him, seated him, and disarmed him. After his death, he was not even granted the dignity of removal from the household he had entered. Instead, he was reduced to secret cargo and packed under the room where labor and nourishment ordinarily sustained life. To bury a former intimate there was to deny not only his safety, but his personhood. He was not to be mourned, not to be named openly, not even to disappear into the wider city. He was to remain trapped under the feet of those who had used his trust against him. One must imagine, without sensational embellishment, the practical degradation of the work. A dead man is not easily disposed of in a confined urban dwelling. The body must be moved, and movement within such a house is awkward, noisy, and exhausting. There is no graceful way to drag or lower human weight that no longer cooperates with itself. Clothing catches. Limbs resist arrangement. Space narrows the options. Every motion risks impact, sound, and fresh mess. If there was a moment when the Mannings' confidence in their own control was tested most brutally, it was likely here, in the sheer physical labor of turning murder into concealment. Then there was the floor itself. Kitchen boards are not symbols when first confronted by criminals. They are timber, nails, dirt, effort. To lift them, clear space beneath, and prepare a cavity adequate to receive a body required more than mere decision. It required time, tools, and nerve. Even when the plan already exists in outline, the body's dimensions impose themselves as stubborn fact. The grave must fit what has been made of the victim. It is one thing to say a corpse will go beneath the floor, another to force the reality of height, breadth, and weight into that chosen hiding place. Many offenders discover too late that concealment imagined abstractly becomes almost absurdly difficult when measured against actual human remains. The Mannings nevertheless persisted. That persistence matters. It shows that whatever fear or disgust may have touched them after the killing, it did not overcome the larger resolve to profit by the crime and suppress its discovery. Each practical stage deepened their guilt. To murder may sometimes be represented, by the murderer afterwards or by sentimental observers, as the product of sudden passion. Concealment strips away much of that excuse. To move a body, to open a floor, to place the corpse beneath it, to restore the room, to continue living above the result. These are acts not of suddenness, but of sustained intention. The kitchen itself deserves closer attention because in a 19th century home, it was more than functional space. It was the room of management, heat, repetition, and bodily sustenance. Meals originated there. Cleaning equipment was kept there. Household rhythms returned to it again and again. For a woman like Marie, whose life had been shaped by service and by aspiration towards domestic authority, the kitchen would have carried layered meaning. It represented labor once performed for others and now, at least in part, directed under her own roof. To turn that space into a grave was therefore not incidental. It fused the central room of household order with the central secret of the crime. This fusion is one reason the Bermondsey case struck the Victorian imagination so strongly. Domestic ideology in the period placed extraordinary moral weight upon the home, especially upon rooms governed by female labor and care. The house was supposed to stand as a defense against the corruption of the city. The kitchen, however humble, belonged to the infrastructure of family survival. To place a murdered man beneath it was to invert the moral language of domesticity at the deepest level. The room that should nourish life was used to bury the evidence of violent death. The woman expected to keep it as a place of order now helped make it a site of concealment. Once Patrick's body was under the floor, the question became how completely the room could be restored to appearance. This is the stage at which criminal housekeeping reveals its full ugliness. Cleaning after murder is not merely practical, it is false witness enacted through domestic labor. Blood must be removed. Disturbance must be disguised. Boards must be put back so that they do not at once betray tampering. The room must reacquire enough of its ordinary aspect that no visitor, no neighbor, no casual eye would immediately suspect what lay below. Every act of tidying becomes an act of perjury performed against physical reality. Marie's experience with the management of interiors would have been especially relevant here. Much has been made of her manner, her dress, her composure, but crimes of this kind do not succeed or fail only on temperament. They depend heavily on practical domestic skill. The arrangement of surfaces, the restoration of order, the resumption of routine, the maintenance of household appearance after rupture. All these belong to the hidden labor traditionally assigned to women. In this case, that labor was put to criminal use. It would be misleading to treat Marie's participation as somehow lesser because it may have included the arts of concealment rather than the most physically brutal act. To clean, rearrange, and normalize a room in which a guest has just been murdered is not secondary guilt. It is the continuation of murder by other means. And once the room was restored, a more terrible requirement followed. Life had to go on above the grave. This is where concealment inside the home becomes psychologically distinctive. A body hidden in a field can be left behind. A body hidden in a river may seem surrendered to distance. But a body under the kitchen floor remains within the offender's domestic orbit. One cooks above it, walks above it, speaks above it, perhaps even entertains above it. Every ordinary act performed in that room now carries a double meaning. The floor is never again simply floor. It becomes memory underfoot. The secret enters the architecture of routine. Such closeness may generate fear, but it can also generate a kind of hardening. Repetition dulls shock. The first step across the boards may feel monstrous. The 10th becomes possible. The 50th begins to join itself to habit. Human beings can accustom themselves to astonishing moral deformity when they believe their survival depends on it. That does not mean the buried body loses psychological force. On the contrary, it remains a pressure in the house, but offenders learn to move around pressure just as they move around furniture. The concealment becomes part of domestic management. Still, the body under the floor was only one part of the Manning plan. Murder was not committed for concealment alone. Patrick's death was tied to theft and to the fantasy of financial relief. This is the point at which the crime becomes still more revealing, because once the body had been hidden, Marie did not retreat in horror from what had been done. Instead, evidence shows that she went to Patrick O'Connor's lodgings and took money and securities from his boxes. That act is of enormous interpretive importance. It confirms that the murder was not only emotional or defensive in character. It was tied directly to the exploitation of Patrick's possessions and to knowledge she already had about his affairs. She knew where he lived, knew there was value there, and moved swiftly enough to convert murder into material gain. The sequence matters. First, the man is killed. Then the body is buried beneath the house. Then his rooms are searched and his property appropriated. Each step extends the previous one. The killing makes the theft possible. The burial makes time for the theft. The theft reveals motive in sharper outline. And the fact that Marie could move into Patrick's lodgings with such confidence suggests, again, that their prior relationship had given her intimate knowledge. He had not merely trusted her once. He had, in life, exposed to her the practical map of his possessions. Even after death, that knowledge served her. There is something pitiless in that progression. Whatever emotional complexity once existed between them, it had been stripped entirely of tenderness by now. Patrick's significance had been broken into uses. First as victim, then as hidden body, then as repository of assets to be claimed. The former intimate had become not only disposable but exploitable. If any doubt remained about whether the relationship had curdled into something far colder than romance, this alone would dispel it. Yet the theft also increased danger. To enter a dead man's lodgings, to remove his financial papers, to act quickly in the wake of disappearance. These are not the cautious choices of people capable of stopping once blood has been shed. Criminals often grow bolder immediately after the act because they mistake temporary non-discovery for successful control. The first concealment works, and so they press their advantage. This is one of the paradoxes of murder for gain. The very urgency that drives offenders to exploit their crime also multiplies the traces linking them to it. What feels to them like decisiveness often appears, to later investigators, as a chain. At Miniver Place, meanwhile, the house kept its dead. A buried body exerts practical problems as well as moral ones. Smell, leakage, subsidence, disturbance in the floor, the nervousness of the offenders themselves, all threaten concealment. Even where discovery does not come immediately, the hidden corpse has a way of working against those who placed it there. It changes the household's relation to time. Every day undetected may feel like reprieve, but every day also increases the chance that something will go wrong. Domestic routine becomes strained by vigilance. One listens differently. One watches the faces of callers and neighbors too closely. Every knock may sound heavier than before. Every question about the missing man carries more menace. The house no longer shelters in innocence. It shelters under siege. For a married pair, This altered relation to the house can be especially corrosive. Each partner knows the other's guilt absolutely. Each depends on the other's steadiness. The grave beneath the floor is not only a secret from the world, but a bond between them. Shared murder produces a hideous, new form of marriage. Husband and wife become each other's necessary accomplices. Whatever tenderness, irritation, or disappointment once structured the relationship is now overshadowed by common danger. They cannot wholly flee one another without increasing the risk of exposure. Nor can they dwell together ordinarily, because ordinariness itself has been poisoned by what lies below the floorboards. If Frederick and Marie spoke about Patrick after the burial, their speech would have belonged to this new condition. He was no longer a living grievance. He was now a hidden one, and hidden grievances behave differently. The certainty of his death may have produced immediate relief. He could no longer intrude, demand, remind, or witness. But relief purchased through murder is unstable. It must contend at once with practical fear and with the continued presence of the body. The offender's fantasy is always that once the obstacle is removed, life will become lighter. The reality is that life becomes heavier with concealment. One no longer suffers under the old burden. One suffers under a new and more dangerous one. Yet for a little while the restored room may have seemed to vindicate the plan. The boards were back. The kitchen resumed its use. The street outside did not erupt in accusation. The city remained, as cities so often do, indifferent for a time. It is not hard to see how the Mannings could mistake this pause for security. They had, after all, built their crime upon confidence in surfaces. If the surface still held, perhaps all would hold. The dead man lay underneath. The room above looked ordinary enough. The theft could proceed. Departure or explanation might follow. For offenders intoxicated by their own management, this interval between crime and discovery can feel almost like proof of cleverness. But a hidden corpse is not passive. It alters everything, even before others know it is there. It changes the meaning of the room, the movement of the household, the relation between husband and wife, the significance of every domestic act. The kitchen at Miniver Place was no longer the practical center of married life. It had become the physical heart of the fraud, the place where respectability and murder stood literally one above the other. Every cup set down, every step taken, every task performed there now relied on the unspoken continuation of a lie. Patrick O'Connor, in death, remained in the very center of the home that had destroyed him. This was the Manning delusion in its purest form, that a house could be made to contain not only a body but the moral consequences of killing it. That with enough composure, enough cleaning, enough management of appearances, the dead might be kept from rising into public fact. That theft could be extracted from trust, burial from domestic order, and safety from the resumed performance of ordinary married life. The next phase of the case would test that delusion against the world outside the house. Patrick's absence, the missing man who did not remain merely missing, the first stirrings of suspicion, and the fatal unraveling of the lie the Mannings had built board by board above the grave. Chapter 6. The Missing Man. A concealed body creates, almost at once, a second problem beyond the house. The missing living person. Murderers who hide their victims often think first in terms of the corpse and only afterward in terms of the social vacancy left behind. Yet the dead do not vanish simply because their remains have been covered. They continue to exist in the expectations of others. Someone waits for them at lodgings. Someone notices an appointment missed, a habit broken, a message not answered, a sum of money unexplained, a routine interrupted. The world does not need to know murder has occurred in order to begin resisting the fiction that nothing has happened. So it was after Patrick O'Connor disappeared. For a brief period, the Manning plan may have seemed to hold. The body was under the kitchen floor. The room had been restored as far as possible. Whatever immediate practical traces remained had been managed well enough that the house still presented its ordinary face to the street. Marie, far from retreating into fearful passivity, had gone on to Patrick's lodgings and taken possession of his money and securities. There is a terrible confidence in that act. It suggests that she believed the murder had not merely removed an obstacle but opened an opportunity. The dead man's affairs, his boxes, his property, his very absence, were already being treated as assets to be managed. Yet absence is one of the hardest human facts to control. It breeds questions with remarkable speed. Patrick O'Connor was not a rootless drifter whose disappearance would pass unnoticed. He had a position at the London docks, habits known to others, lodgings in which his absence could be measured, and financial dealings that tethered him to the world of record and recollection. He was a man who existed within practical systems. Such men may move quietly through the city, but they leave behind expectations. If they fail to appear, fail to return, fail to speak where speech is due, the silence becomes visible sooner than the murderer hopes. London was large, but it was not large in the sense criminals often imagine. A city may swallow faces, but it also preserves routines. The very density that permits anonymity can sharpen recognition of broken habit. This is what the Mannings either underestimated or chose not to face. They had mastered, to some degree, the domestic side of concealment. They had not mastered Patrick's social existence outside their house. His body might be hidden beneath the floorboards, but his absence moved through the city above ground. It traveled to lodgings, to acquaintances, to any person accustomed to his ordinary movements. A missing man begins to exist in conversation before he exists in investigation. Has he been seen? Was he not expected? Did he say where he was going? Such questions are the first stirrings of discovery, and they do not require police to begin. The cruelty of the Manning plan lay partly in its reliance upon a familiar fantasy, that Patrick could be turned from a person into a story. If only the right story were sustained for long enough, perhaps the person he had been in the minds of others would detach itself from his actual fate. He had gone away. He had business elsewhere. He would return in time. He had chosen to absent himself. Every concealment murder depends on some version of this hope. But stories about the missing are weak things unless they are reinforced by the missing person's own habits. The victim must continue, in effect, to collaborate with his absence by being the sort of man who might plausibly disappear. Patrick O'Connor was not that sort of man. That mattered enormously. A person who lends money, works regularly, and occupies lodgings leaves behind a practical life that asks to be accounted for. There are boxes, papers, sums, routines, known movements, perhaps appointments, and expected appearances. Once Marie interfered with his possessions, she was not simply taking advantage of his death. She was entering the visible remains of his daily existence. That increased the danger greatly. Theft after murder often has this double effect. It reveals motive clearly, but it also drags the offender into the victim's network of recognizable habits and property. One can hide a body more readily than one can reorganize a man's life without leaving traces. The Manning house, meanwhile, had entered a new phase of strain. Once the body was under the floor, concealment no longer depended only on keeping the room in order. It depended on speaking and behaving in ways consistent with Patrick's supposed absence. That placed a fresh burden on husband and wife alike. They had to maintain not only the interior lie of the house, but the exterior lie of the missing man. Every knock at the door, every inquiry, every mention of Patrick's name became charged. The body beneath the floorboards was silent, but Patrick above them had become socially noisy. He existed now as question. It is here that domestic murder begins to turn inside out. At first, the house seems to be the offender's strongest ally. It encloses the crime, absorbs sound, hides the corpse, and allows the visible routines of ordinary life to resume. But as the victim's absence gathers attention, the house itself becomes the center of danger. It contains not only the body, but the place where explanations must be managed. Visitors may come. Neighbors may notice unease. Speech in and around the household grows unnatural. The home that seemed to promise control becomes a box into which pressure is steadily pumped from the outside world. Marie's role in this stage would have demanded the same gifts that served her earlier: composure, self-command, and the management of appearances. But these gifts have limits. It is one thing to restore a room after murder. It is another to continue inhabiting the same house while the missing man's absence begins to ripple outward. Her knowledge of Patrick's past with her, and of his affairs, may initially have seemed an advantage. Yet it also meant she stood in dangerous proximity to the very questions that would arise. A woman who knew where he lodged, knew what he owned, and had recently had him to supper could not remain indefinitely outside the circle of suspicion once attention sharpened. Frederick, too, would have felt the pressure differently from before. During the planning and killing, masculine force and practical labor had made him useful. In the phase of sustained deceit, the challenge altered. He had to remain the husband of the house, the ordinary man of Bermondsey, while also carrying the knowledge of what lay under his kitchen floor. Shared murder had bound him to Marie through danger. But danger is not a tranquil bond. The same crime that made them accomplices also made them each other's risk. Every word spoken by one could implicate the other. Every sign of agitation or inconsistency in one might expose both. Their marriage, already strained by money and old grievance, was now subjected to the corrosions of secrecy. There is reason to think that criminals in such conditions often experience a strange oscillation between confidence and dread. 1 hour they believe the concealment has succeeded. The next they are seized by the fear that some tiny oversight, a stain missed, a question badly answered, a face observed too closely, will undo everything. This oscillation can be psychologically exhausting. It also leads to mistakes. The offender grows alternately over-bold and over-careful. He may press his advantage too openly, or else behave with such rigid caution that he calls attention to himself. The more one tries to live normally, above a hidden crime, the less natural ordinary life begins to feel. In the Manning case, the theft from Patrick's lodgings must have intensified both greed and danger. Securities, cash, papers, such things are not abstract loot. They are tied to legal and practical systems. To possess them is to raise the question of how they came into one's hands. A man's money may outlive him, but it does not instantly detach from his identity. Anyone seeking to profit from it must contend with signatures, ownership, traces of access, and the simple human fact that property belonging to a missing man attracts scrutiny. Marie's swift move upon Patrick's lodgings therefore speaks not only to motive, but to the overconfidence that often follows an apparently successful concealment. The body under the floor produced the illusion that the rest of the man's life could now be entered and rearranged at will. Yet while money can be stolen, social existence cannot be so easily appropriated. Patrick's absence continued to deepen. It is worth pausing over the emotional quality of a missing person case before formal discovery. Missingness is unlike death publicly known. Death, once established, creates grief, ritual, finality. Missingness creates suspended unease. Those who know the absent person do not yet know what to feel. They may suspect desertion, accident, misadventure, debt, drink, secret travel, or simply delay. Each possibility carries a different emotional tone. Suspicion and hope mingle awkwardly. Small details are re-examined. Last sightings become charged. In this atmosphere, a man's recent movements matter intensely. Where was he last seen? With whom? What had he said? What business was he attending to? It is precisely such questions that begin tugging, often invisibly at first, towards the place where the murderer hoped all answers would stop. Patrick had been seen going to the Manning house. That fact alone contains the seed of the case's unraveling. A victim may be buried, but if his last known movements point clearly towards one domestic threshold, then the threshold begins to glow in memory. At first perhaps only dimly. Yet once enough concern gathers around the missing man, the recollection becomes decisive. He had gone there. He had some connection with Marie. He had not been seen properly afterward. The house in Bermondsey, so central to the crime's concealment, now became central in another way, as the last place where the living Patrick could be anchored. The Mannings could hardly fail to understand the significance of this. Even if no accusation had yet solidified, they knew that Patrick's connection to their household was not wholly hidden. The invitation, which had once seemed their advantage, now carried retrospective danger. To bring a man into one's house for the purpose of controlling him also means that if he is missed, the house stands ready as the most obvious point of inquiry. In that sense, the murder contained from the beginning its own contradiction. The privacy that made the killing possible also made the home the natural site of suspicion once the victim failed to reappear. The domestic routines at Miniver Place therefore acquired a kind of theatrical tension. Meals, cleaning, comings and goings, conversation between husband and wife, all continued in a house whose ordinary meaning had been destroyed. Yet outside attention was drifting towards it. This is the stage in which the offender's environment seems to tighten. The same walls that sheltered the crime begin to feel less like protection than entrapment. The floorboards below are fixed and silent. The pressure above them grows. Every hour lived over the grave is now also an hour lived closer to inquiry. Still, human beings are capable of clinging to false confidence with astonishing stubbornness. The Mannings may have told themselves that Patrick was the sort of man whose movements could not easily be traced. They may have trusted that London scale would help them. They may have believed that the absence of immediate alarm proved their cleverness. Offenders often mistake delay for safety, but delay is not safety. It is only the time in which facts travel towards each other. A last visit, a missing lodger, a man's uncollected duties, rumors, recollections, stolen property, a house in Bermondsey. Once those facts begin to align, concealment enters its last phase. The psychological burden of this must have been immense, though not necessarily in the form of remorse. Fear is not conscience, but it can be nearly as consuming. To sit in the house above a buried body while the missing man's name moves through the city is to live in a state of divided reality. Outwardly, one must continue to inhabit ordinary time. Morning, afternoon, evening, errands, meals, household business. Inwardly, one lives in the stretched time of suspense, where every sound may herald exposure and every casual mention of the victim feels like the brushing of a hand against a wound. The home becomes a theater of anticipation. For Marie, who had once known Patrick in life and now profited from his death, that anticipation may have contained a further bitterness. The man she wanted removed had indeed been removed, yet not in the clean sense murderers fantasize. He remained present everywhere. In the boards beneath her feet, in the papers and money taken from his room, in the questions beginning to attach themselves to his absence, and in the knowledge that the old connection between them could not now be denied without danger. Murder had not erased Patrick O'Connor. It had distributed him into the very conditions of her daily existence. For Frederick, the burden took another shape. Masculine pride often sustains itself during the planning and execution of violence through fantasies of decisiveness and command. But the aftermath exposes how little command murder truly grants. One cannot order the missing to stay missing in the minds of others. One cannot command the city not to notice. The husband who has mastered a man within his own house may find himself mastered instead by waiting, by secrecy, by his wife's steadiness or lack of it, by the hidden body, by the approach of inquiry. Criminal action that feels briefly like power often decays into a more abject dependence than before. The missing man, then, was not merely an investigative category. He was the form in which Patrick O'Connor returned against the Manning plan. Buried under the kitchen floor, he continued to operate above it through absence. Every day that passed without him made him more conspicuous, not less. His invisibility did not weaken him. It strengthened the demand that he be accounted for. The stage was now set for the shift from suspicion to search, from private unease to formal intervention. Once that shift began, the house at Miniver Place could no longer remain simply a household keeping a terrible secret. It would become a place looked at, entered, tested, measured against the pattern of Patrick's disappearance. And the floor that had seemed to close so neatly over the crime would begin, in the minds of those who came asking, to feel less like concealment than like accusation. Chapter 7. Suspicion falls on Bermondsey. A hidden body may remain physically still while suspicion moves with increasing precision towards the place where it lies. That movement is seldom instantaneous. It begins in fragments, in recollections not yet assembled into certainty, in practical concerns about absence, in the gradual narrowing of possibility. A missing man has not yet become a murdered one in the public mind, but the question of where he was last seen, and with whom, begins to gather weight. In the Manning case, once Patrick O'Connor failed to reappear and his routines remained broken, the field of uncertainty did not widen indefinitely. It narrowed. And as it narrowed, it began to point with growing force towards the house in Bermondsey. This is the moment in a concealment murder when the criminal fantasy of control begins to fail in earnest. While the body remains undiscovered, the offenders may still comfort themselves with the thought that what is hidden cannot be proved. But proof is not the first enemy. Attention is. Once enough attention concentrates upon a single house, a single dinner, a single set of relationships, the concealment ceases to be merely material and becomes strategic under pressure. The hidden body must now resist not only time and decay, but active human curiosity. And curiosity, once sharpened by practical fact, is difficult to put back to sleep. Patrick O'Connor's disappearance had the sort of features that made quiet neglect unlikely. He was not a man who could slip from sight without practical consequences. He worked. He lodged. He possessed money and securities. He was known in ways that made unexplained absence legible. Moreover, he had gone to see people who could not easily deny knowing him. The very relationship that allowed Marie and Frederick to lure him into their house also ensured that his disappearance would draw them into view. To have been the last known hosts of a missing man was, from the outset, a dangerous distinction. At first, the Mannings may have hoped that no formal line would be drawn between Patrick's absence and their house. Hope in such circumstances often attaches itself to delay. If no officer stands at the door today, then perhaps no one will come tomorrow. If questions remain only questions, perhaps they can be met with calm answers. If the body under the floor remains literally buried, maybe suspicion will fail for lack of physical confirmation. Such thoughts are common among offenders. They are not entirely irrational. Many crimes survive for a time in precisely that space between suspicion and proof. But the space is unstable, and the strain it imposes on those living within it is immense. The house at Miniver Place was by now carrying several incompatible realities at once. To the street, it was still the dwelling of a married couple of modest standing. To its occupants, it was a place of burial, shared guilt, and managed fear. To those outside beginning to ask after Patrick, it was becoming something else again. The last known threshold he had crossed. These overlapping meanings changed the atmosphere of the house. It could no longer function even as a false refuge. Every ordinary sound at the door had become heavier with possibility. Every inquiry, however innocent in tone, threatened to open the sealed world of the crime. It is worth considering how suspicion works before it fully hardens. It does not begin with certainty. It begins with imbalance. Something does not fit. A man has vanished. His belongings or money are not where they should be. His expected appearances have not occurred. He was seen going somewhere from which he has not clearly returned. Those close to the matter begin to compare recollections. One person's uncertainty meets another's memory. The shape of a narrative forms. No one yet says the full thing aloud, not always, but the thought enters the room. The disappearance and the visit to Bermondsey may not be separate facts. Once that thought takes root, even simple explanations begin to sound strained. The missing man has gone away. He intended travel. He left no word because of private business. He would return if he wished to be found. Such explanations rely for their strength on the absent person being plausibly capable of the behavior described. But Patrick's life resisted such easy narrative. A man connected to money, routine, and known lodgings cannot be transformed by convenience into a mystery-loving wanderer. The more his actual habits asserted themselves in recollection, the weaker any innocent account of his disappearance became. Marie and Frederick, in this period, would have been compelled to perform normality at an almost intolerable level. They could not seem too eager with explanation, lest eagerness itself invite suspicion. Nor could they appear careless or contradictory. This balancing act is one of the great pressures of concealed domestic crime. The offender must inhabit a role still close enough to ordinary truth to be believable while suppressing the obvious emotional distortion produced by the secret itself. If too calm, one appears unnatural. If too agitated, one appears guilty. The very skill of self-control that may have served Marie so well at earlier stages now became dangerous in its own right. In cases of public fascination, a woman's composure is never left uninterpreted. It is read, and often read maliciously. But even before the newspapers begin their work, those within the circle of suspicion study manner closely. Frederick faced a different, but related danger. Men under suspicion may try to rely on bluntness, ordinariness, or the social protection of appearing unremarkable. The ordinary husband in the ordinary house hopes perhaps to seem too obvious a figure for hidden atrocity. Yet this protection weakens once inquiry attaches itself to place. The house speaks through its occupants whether they wish it to or not. A husband who seems evasive, or a husband whose statements do not align well with the known movements of the missing man, becomes not merely one witness among many but guardian of the threshold behind which something may be concealed. The fact that Patrick's property had been interfered with further complicated matters. Money and securities are not silent. Their disappearance, misuse, or suspicious appearance in other hands creates fresh lines of inquiry. Theft following murder is often what converts vague concern into sharper investigative interest, because property ties the missing man's fate to concrete acts. Where are his papers? Who has touched them? Who knew of them? Who might benefit from his absence? In this respect, the Mannings were not helped by their own haste. The very greed that drove the crime also dragged practical evidence into circulation. A concealed body may remain unseen, but stolen securities move through human systems and leave marks of possession, use, and knowledge. This is the stage at which the offender's previous confidence often begins to crack internally, even if it remains outwardly intact. The criminal plan had promised relief. Remove Patrick, take what he had, restore the house, continue life, perhaps depart. Instead, the opposite is occurring. Patrick has become more present in absence than he had been in life. His name is being spoken more, not less. His movements are being reconstructed. The house where he dined is under the growing weight of recollection. The stolen money or papers create trails rather than safety. Every attempt to master the situation seems to breed another difficulty. The psychological effect of this cannot be overstated. Murderers are rarely undone by one emotion alone. Fear, resentment, overconfidence, exhaustion, greed, and mutual blame may all coexist. In a joint crime, these tensions are intensified by the fact that each offender sees in the other not only an accomplice, but a possible point of failure. Husband and wife under suspicion do not merely fear the police or the public. They fear one another's weakness. Did one speak too much? Did one act rashly with Patrick's property? Did one clean insufficiently, answer badly, or lose composure at the wrong moment? Shared guilt makes for shared danger, but it also breeds private accusation. One may imagine the rooms at Miniver Place during this period as carrying that accumulation of pressure in every ordinary action. Meals taken above the buried man. Voices lowered not from intimacy, but from caution. Questions revisited between husband and wife, perhaps in fragments and irritation. The same domestic space that had once been imagined as the instrument of control now becomes an amplifier of strain. A small house leaves little room for emotional escape. One cannot move far from the crime within it because it is underfoot. One cannot move far from one's accomplice because the house itself is small. Suspicion from outside thus meets confinement within. It is an ideal structure not for security, but for unraveling. Still, until a house is entered and examined, concealment retains its last practical hope. Many offenders cling fiercely to that threshold. They tell themselves that if the floor is not lifted, if the room is not searched, if no official eye passes too closely over their arrangements, then the crime may yet survive as rumor without proof. In this state, the house acquires an almost magical importance. Its walls seem to the offenders both vulnerable and sacred. The front door becomes the barrier between secret and exposure. Any request for entry carries extraordinary force. To admit inquiry is to risk losing everything. To resist it too strongly is to invite more of the same. This tension, between appearing cooperative and guarding the house, is one of the most difficult positions for a guilty household to maintain. Innocent people may object to intrusion on grounds of dignity, privacy, or annoyance, but their objection does not carry the same frantic necessity. Guilty people must calculate constantly. Too much readiness may expose them to dangers they cannot predict. Too much reluctance may itself look like confession in disguise. The body under the floorboards is therefore not only a hidden object, but a pressure shaping every exchange at the threshold. As the inquiry into Patrick's disappearance advanced, Bermondsey ceased to be merely one place among many in his last known movements. It became the place where incompatible truths converged. Patrick had gone there. He had not re-emerged into ordinary life. His property had become compromised. Marie and Frederick had reasons, both emotional and material, to wish him removed. The longer these facts remained in separate hands, the more dangerous they became. The moment they began to gather into a single view, the concealment was effectively doomed, even if the physical discovery had not yet occurred. It is worth remembering that 19th century investigation was not omniscient, but neither was it helpless. Murderers sometimes flatter themselves by imagining earlier police work as crude enough to be easily outwitted by household calm. But even without modern forensic systems, investigators understood motive, last sightings, financial irregularity, and the significance of contradictory accounts. Human inquiry has always depended first on people, place, and inconsistency. The Manning case offered all three in abundance. A missing man with money, a prior connection to Marie, a supper in Bermondsey, a house in which something felt wrong once enough facts were placed around it. These are not subtle indicators. They are the very bones of a case. The shift from general concern to focused suspicion therefore mattered more than any single dramatic clue. Once suspicion had settled on the Manning household, every future detail would be read in that light. The house's routines, the couple's manner, the handling of Patrick's belongings, the timing of his disappearance, all would begin to cohere. Facts that separately might have seemed ambiguous now supported one another. Such coherence is often what offenders most fail to anticipate. They imagine they need only defeat isolated questions. They forget that questions, once aligned, acquire a force of their own. Inside Miniver Place, the buried body remained both silent and accusatory. It had not betrayed them by rising into smell or visible disturbance strong enough to force immediate discovery, at least not yet. But the floor's silence could not undo the social fact of Patrick's absence. The more the outside world pressed upon the house, the more the concealment depended upon the impossible, that every visible and verbal sign would remain stable while the hidden fact under the boards stayed untouched. No plan built on so many delicate conditions can endure for long. This chapter in the case, then, is one of gathering force. Nothing has yet been publicly torn open. The body is still hidden. The house still stands in outward order. Marie and Frederick are still able, at least for the moment, to answer and to move through their rooms without formal ruin breaking over them. And yet, everything essential has changed. Suspicion now has direction. The city's loose concern has narrowed to a house, a marriage, and a vanished guest. The walls that seem to protect the crime are being surrounded, not literally perhaps in the first instance, but conceptually, by converging attention. Once a house is thought of as the possible repository of a missing man's fate, its privacy is already wounded. The next step is the most dangerous of all for the offenders. The moment when suspicion ceases to be content with conversation and turns instead to search. Then the threshold gives way, official eyes enter the domestic interior, and the floorboards beneath which Patrick O'Connor was forced begin at last to draw the scrutiny they were never meant to endure. Chapter 8. The Search of the House. There is a decisive difference between suspicion and intrusion. Suspicion may circle a house for days, even weeks, without breaking its outward order. It may darken the threshold, alter the tone of conversation, thicken the atmosphere in which the occupants live, yet still leave walls, doors, and floorboards physically intact. But once inquiry turns into search, the moral geometry changes at once. The house is no longer merely looked at from outside or spoken of in uneasy terms. It is entered with purpose. Its rooms become objects of scrutiny rather than ordinary domestic space. What had been arranged for concealment must now face the hostile intelligence of others. For the Mannings, this was the moment at which their most important ally, the house itself, began to fail them. Up to that point, Miniver Place had served several functions at once. It had first been the setting in which Marie and Frederick tried to establish their married respectability. Then it became the stage for Patrick O'Connor's murder. After the killing, it became the vessel of concealment, holding his body beneath the kitchen floor while ordinary domestic life resumed above him. As long as no official gaze penetrated beyond the surface, the house could still perform this final service. Its walls and boards stood between fact and proof. The crime lived beneath the visible order of rooms. The moment investigators crossed the threshold not as callers but as searchers, that balance changed. The rooms were no longer allowed to mean only what the Mannings said they meant. A search has its own violence, though of a lawful and very different kind. It strips a household of self-description. The drawers, floors, walls, and objects of private life are no longer presented voluntarily by the occupant in whatever form suits them. They are tested, questioned, measured against inconsistency. The house is forced to answer in ways the householder cannot fully control. In concealment murders, this is often the most terrifying stage for offenders because it removes them from the illusion that composure alone can save them. Manner still matters, of course, but manner cannot keep boards from being noticed if the search is sufficiently determined. The search of Miniver Place did not occur in a vacuum. By the time attention settled on the house, Patrick O'Connor's absence, his connection to Marie, and the irregular handling of his property had already provided the framework into which any domestic irregularity would be fitted. This is essential to understanding why the house could no longer simply protect the crime by appearing ordinary. Ordinary appearance only works when no one has reason to look beneath it. Once the household is already burdened with explanation, small signs become enlarged. A place in the floor, a patch of recent work, a surface too carefully restored, a room that seems to have resumed its function a little too neatly. These things may not prove murder by themselves, but in the context of a missing man they acquire a magnetic quality. For Marie and Frederick, the approach of such scrutiny must have been excruciating. There is a particular helplessness in waiting while others move through the very spaces one has labored to keep under control. The domestic interior, once the domain through which the householder asserts order, becomes instead a map of possible exposure. Every room carries danger. Every object may speak out of turn. The floor itself, so long endured a secret, now seems almost to rise in the offender's mind before any outsider has touched it. A search magnifies all hidden things in anticipation. The guilty see accusation in ordinary gestures because they know too precisely where accusation belongs. At this stage, husband and wife no longer merely feared discovery in the abstract. They had to watch discovery, perhaps advancing room by room. The psychology of such watching is worth pausing over. Those who conceal a body within the home often cling to the hope that, even under scrutiny, the precise place of concealment may go unnoticed. It is not a rational confidence, exactly, but a last survival of the magical thinking that accompanies many crimes. The boards were put back. The room was cleaned. The space appears as it should. Perhaps the eye will pass over it. Perhaps attention will be distracted elsewhere. Perhaps the search will not be thorough enough, or the suspicion not bold enough, to justify the violation of the floor. This hope is often strongest precisely because it is all that remains. But hope of that sort is also corrosive. It leaves the offender suspended between dread and desperate calculation. Every footstep in the room becomes unbearable. Every pause by a searcher near the wrong place feels like the opening edge of ruin. The body hidden beneath the floor, once made silent by labor and timber, seems suddenly to call upward through the very boards that cover it. Even where the searchers have not yet noticed the exact site, the offenders know that knowledge and ignorance are now separated only by inches. One may imagine Marie in this interval not as theatrically undone, but as forced into the most dangerous version of the self-command that had served her before. She could not collapse, nor could she appear too cold. A woman under scrutiny in such a setting was judged not only by what she said, but by the invisible standards placed upon female feeling. If anxious, she might seem guilty. If composed, she might seem monstrous. There was no winning such interpretation once suspicion had sharpened. Yet practical control remained necessary. She had lived much of her life through management of impression. Here that management reached its final and most impossible test. Frederick, meanwhile, stood exposed in another way. The masculine role of household authority, useful perhaps when receiving Patrick to supper and later in handling the physical demands of concealment, now offered little safety. A husband whose house is searched for a missing man ceases to be merely ordinary. He becomes guardian of a compromised space. His relation to the rooms is itself suspect. The authority of the householder turns against him. What he is supposed to know about his own floor, his own kitchen, his own recent domestic disturbances becomes part of the case. The very familiarity that once empowered him now binds him to what may be found. And all the while the house was no longer simply theirs. This is among the profound humiliations of a search. Private space becomes public matter. Investigators, neighbors, officials, perhaps later reporters, all in different ways seize interpretive control of the home. Rooms once arranged as proof of settled married life are stripped of that meaning and reclassified under suspicion. The kitchen is no longer the kitchen in the moral sense the Mannings had once wanted it to embody. It is the probable site of concealment. The floor is no longer floor. It is where the missing man may lie. Domestic order, so carefully maintained, is reread as possible disguise. There is something almost symbolic in that rereading. The house had been the Mannings' chosen instrument because it allowed them to convert hospitality into murder and household routine into concealment. But the search reverses that process. It takes the same domestic signs and turns them back against the offenders. The cleaned room becomes suspicious for being too clean. The restored surface becomes suspicious for seeming newly restored. The calm household becomes suspicious because a missing man's last known presence runs into it like a stream into a blocked culvert. The very medium of deception becomes evidence. When attention finally fixed upon the kitchen floor, the case entered its irreversible stage. One should not treat this as though some dramatic inner voice simply told investigators where to look. Rather, it was the accumulation of surrounding fact that made such a look natural. A missing man linked to the house, financial motive, an invitation to supper, a disappearance without credible continuation, a domestic interior in which some recent disturbance or inconsistency could be imagined. Once these things align, the search of the floor is not theatrical intuition. It is the next practical act of inquiry. The crime had always depended on the hope that no one would bring enough pressure to that point. Once enough pressure existed, the boards were doomed. To lift a floor in search of the dead is a profound violation of domestic pretense. It says, in effect, that the surface is no longer believed. Whatever work of order, cleanliness, and normality has been carried out above it is suspended. The room is compelled to yield what lies beneath. For the guilty, this is the true collapse of the domestic fiction. While the floor remains shut, the household can still imagine itself somehow intact. The lifting of boards destroys that illusion physically. The house opens its wound, and then comes the body. Patrick O'Connor's remains, concealed beneath the kitchen floor, transformed suspicion into fact. Everything up to this point, absence, motive, property, last known visit, uneasy explanations, had driven toward this revelation. Once the body was found, the case no longer belonged to the uncertain world of the missing. It belonged to murder. The house that had served as trap and tomb was now fixed forever in public meaning as the place where Patrick had been hidden after being killed. The floorboards, once restored to silence, became retrospective accusation. Every domestic act performed above them after the burial was exposed as part of the lie. The discovery itself must have struck with extraordinary force, not only on the investigators, but on the broader imagination of the case. A concealed corpse under a kitchen floor is not merely evidence of homicide. It is evidence of concealment intimate enough to unsettle the very idea of home. To find a man there is to realize that the ordinary structures of domestic life have been used to suppress not just a crime but a person. The body under the house tells the whole story in miniature. Invitation, murder, concealment, performance of normality, theft of time, and the arrogant belief that routine might hold the dead in place. In that sense, Patrick's remains spoke more eloquently than any explanation the Mannings could now offer. For Marie and Frederick, the discovery ended the last possible distinction between private guilt and public ruin. So long as Patrick remained hidden, the crime still existed chiefly within the boundaries of their shared secret. Once the body came up, secrecy was over. They were no longer merely husband and wife living under suspicion. They were the household from whose kitchen floor a murdered man had been recovered. Their marriage, their home, their routines, their social selves, all were instantly reorganized under that fact. There is a terrible swiftness in such reclassification. The world no longer asks cautiously what may have happened. It knows enough to begin naming. It is here, too, that one sees the utter failure of the fantasy on which the crime had rested. The Mannings had believed, or acted as if they believed, that domestic surfaces could master moral consequence. Clean the room, relay the floor, continue the routine, take the money, tell the story, and perhaps the dead would remain beneath notice. But the body under the kitchen floor was never simply a hidden object. It was a contradiction waiting to be forced open. A missing man tied to that house would always draw attention back to the place where normality and concealment met. The house could not digest the murder. It could only delay its eruption. The emotional world inside the Manning marriage after the discovery can scarcely have remained coherent. Shared guilt, once useful as bond, now becomes mutual entrapment. Each knows the other cannot save them. Each knows the house has given them up. Whatever blame or silent accusation may already have existed between them now loses practical value. A body in the house settles all hierarchy. Whether one plotted more, urged more, struck more, or cleaned more, the fact beneath the floor speaks for both. The home they had once tried to build is now the chief witness against them. And Patrick O'Connor, who had entered Miniver Place alive under the guise of a meal and perhaps some residue of former confidence, now returned to public life in the most dreadful possible form, as the dead man literally brought out from beneath their domestic arrangements. Murder had failed to erase him. Concealment had preserved him long enough only to make the final revelation more horrifying. He had not been dispersed into the city. He had remained where they had put him, waiting for the boards to be lifted and for the truth to become visible in flesh. The search of the house therefore marks the case's true turning point. The invitation and the murder were morally decisive. The burial was materially decisive, but the discovery converted all of it into public fact. After that, the machinery of criminal justice could move with a certainty it had previously lacked. The house had answered. The dead had been found. The story the Mannings may have hoped to govern was now out of their hands. What followed would no longer be shaped by the hidden labor of husband and wife in a Bermondsey kitchen. It would be shaped by arrest, interrogation, witnesses, court, and the furious appetite of the Victorian public for a crime that united money, marriage, concealment, and the profanation of the home. Chapter 9. Arrest, Statements, and the End of the Household Secret. Once Patrick O'Connor's body was brought up from beneath the kitchen floor, the crime at Miniver Place ceased to belong primarily to the private world of husband and wife. Until that point, the Mannings had lived inside a terrible enclosure of their own making, sustained by concealment, theft, and the daily labor of pretending that the house remained an ordinary home. Discovery shattered that enclosed world at once. What had been secret was now official. What had been managed within rooms was now exposed to police, to witnesses, to the courts, and soon enough to the vast public appetite of Victorian England. The house in Bermondsey, which had hidden the crime for a little while, could not hide its authors once it had yielded up the dead. There is a peculiar violence in that transition from secrecy to procedure. Murder concealed within domestic life is intimate, claustrophobic, improvised under pressure, full of personal memory and immediate fear. The criminal process that follows is colder. It converts the lived mess of violence into statements, timelines, inventories, depositions, exhibits, identifications, motives, and contradictions. The dead body becomes evidence. The kitchen floor becomes a fact in a report. The marriage becomes a partnership under inquiry. Patrick O'Connor, who had first been transformed by the Mannings into a problem to be hidden, was now transformed again by the state into the central proof around which all else would be arranged. For Marie and Frederick, arrest marked the moment at which private complicity became public identity. They were no longer merely a husband and wife bound by a shared secret. They were now the accused. This distinction matters. A guilty household can still preserve internal stories about what was done, why it was done, who led, who followed, what necessity existed, what chance of escape remains. Arrest strips much of that away. It places the offenders inside a system that asks not how they privately justified themselves, but how the facts can be made to fit a charge. The imagination, which in the planning stage had inflated their sense of control, now contracts under the blunt force of official attention. One should not imagine, however, that arrest instantly produces truth. Quite the opposite. The first response of those newly exposed often lies somewhere between calculation and shock. Their statements are shaped by several pressures at once: self-preservation, mutual suspicion, habit, fear of the scaffold, and whatever fragments of confidence remain. Some criminals collapse into admission. Others lie with frantic energy. Others still hover in a half-light of denial, conceding what cannot be denied while trying to reposition themselves morally within the discovered crime. In joint murders, this process becomes especially charged, because each offender must decide not only how to face the authorities, but how far to protect or abandon the other. The Mannings had already been living, since Patrick's burial, within a marriage transformed by shared risk. Discovery made that transformation complete. Their union was now no longer merely social or domestic but evidentiary. Each was tied to the other not just by matrimony but by circumstance, by place, by the body under their floor, by the invitation, by the theft of Patrick's property, and by all the practical traces that made individual innocence increasingly impossible. The question under arrest was therefore not whether they stood together in danger, but how they would attempt to inhabit that danger. Would they maintain a united front? Would one shift emphasis toward the other? Would silence prove safer than speech? Would blame, however guarded, begin to seep between them. Such questions rarely receive simple answers in the first hours and days after a discovery. Human beings under accusation do not always act in accordance with long-standing loyalty or hatred. They act under the pressure of what seems immediately survivable. A husband may protect a wife because he believes her weakness may save them both. A wife may cling to a joint version of events because separation of guilt seems more dangerous than unity. Or, just as often, each begins quietly to calculate where the line might be drawn if sacrifice becomes necessary. This does not require open betrayal. It may appear first as nuance, omission, slight variation in tone or sequence, the subtle effort to occupy the less active role within the crime. The authorities, of course, understand this instinctively. The examination of joint offenders often proceeds not simply by demanding confession, but by observing divergence. If one says the missing man came and left, and the other says little or frames the same fact differently, the gap matters. If one places emphasis on some practical detail the other minimizes, that too matters. Murder within marriage often produces a strange contest in which each accused continues to depend upon the other while simultaneously becoming a danger to them. The state watches that contest with cold patience. In the Manning case, the discovery of the body beneath the kitchen floor had already done enormous interpretive work before a single statement was made. It placed the crime irretrievably inside the household. It rendered absurd any broad fiction that Patrick had simply gone away. It attached concealment to domestic space under the control of husband and wife. Whatever the precise division of labor had been during the murder and burial, the recovery of the corpse from their own kitchen made both of them answerable in the strongest possible way. A stranger could not plausibly have buried Patrick under their boards without their knowledge. The house itself denied such evasions. It was the most intimate witness imaginable. That intimacy is what made the next stage so devastating. Once the body was discovered, the small practical details of the Mannings' recent life would have begun to harden into evidence. The invitation to supper, Patrick's last known movements, Marie's access to his lodgings and the taking of his money and securities, their conduct after his disappearance, the state of the house, the condition and location of the remains. Each of these facts, previously disconnected or hidden, now belonged to a single structure of accusation. The prosecutors who would later present the case needed no imaginative flourish to make it compelling. The crime had already arranged its own terrible narrative. Still, before the courtroom came the first struggle over speech. There is something revealing in the earliest statements of the accused, even when they are false. Lies told under immediate pressure often expose what the speaker thinks can still be saved. Does one deny knowledge entirely? Admit contact but deny violence? Suggest another person's responsibility? Retreat into confusion? Present oneself as shocked spouse rather than active participant? These are not random choices. They reveal how the offender reads the evidence already against them and what fragments of social protection they believe may remain. In a case involving a married couple, the available protections are often strongly gendered. The husband may hope to seem the practical but uninformed householder, or even the overborne man led into disaster. The wife may hope to appear weaker, peripheral, ignorant of the full extent, or caught within events directed by masculine force. Victorian culture, with its fixed assumptions about female delicacy and male action, made such maneuvers especially tempting. Yet Marie Manning was not well suited to the ordinary script of female helplessness. By the time of arrest, too much practical evidence already linked her to Patrick's property and to the relationship that had lured him to the house. She could not easily become invisible within the case. The very qualities that later fascinated the public, her composure, her self-possession, her refusal to display herself according to sentimental expectations, would also have shaped the official response to her. A woman who does not behave like a broken innocent rarely receives the benefit of imaginative generosity. She is instead read as deliberate. That may be unjust in some cases, but in Marie's it only sharpened the terrible coherence of the facts. Frederick, for his part, could hardly escape the material burden of being the male householder in whose kitchen a murdered man was found. If Victorian assumptions sometimes offered women a narrow corridor of interpretive softness, they burdened men more heavily with household authority and bodily action. A man may not have struck every blow, but if the body is beneath his floor and the circumstances point strongly enough, He cannot plausibly claim that the domestic center of his own home was transformed into a grave without his participation or knowledge. The house that once affirmed his role as husband now condemned him through that very role. One should also remember that arrest changes the emotional texture of marriage. Inside the secret house, husband and wife still possess some private world of gesture, memory, and unspoken understanding. Under arrest, that world is broken apart by surveillance, separation, and the knowledge that every future word may become part of the public case. Marriage itself is stripped of privacy and translated into legal relation. The spouse is no longer only companion or accomplice, but co-accused. This must have altered the inner balance between Marie and Frederick profoundly. Whatever solidarity they maintained would now exist under the permanent shadow that one might yet save themselves at the expense of the other. The first official handling of such cases often appears dry in later records, but one should not mistake dryness for lack of drama. The catalogue of property, the noting of times, the recording of witness impressions, the securing of items taken from Patrick's lodgings, the attention to the body and its placement. These acts are part of a powerful historical transformation. They take the crime out of private immediacy and make it legible to law. The state begins, in effect, to rebuild the murder in its own language. That language is cooler than the reality of what happened in the house, but it has its own inexorable force. Once enough facts have been fixed into official form, the accused are no longer dealing only with suspicion or social rumor. They are dealing with a machine that will proceed toward trial. At the same time, the public world beyond the authorities was already stirring. Crimes of this sort did not remain confined to legal circles. A missing man found under a kitchen floor in Bermondsey, murdered after being invited to supper by a married couple with financial motives and prior entanglements, possessed all the ingredients necessary for instant notoriety. Even before the full machinery of publication reached its highest pitch, the outline alone would have carried from one mouth to another with astonishing speed. The city was hungry for stories that turned the ordinary house into a site of horror. The more domestic the setting, the more thrilling and disturbing the case. People are fascinated not only by violence, but by the proof that violence may live in rooms like their own. For Marie especially, this impending publicity carried a particular danger. Female criminality in the 19th century was never merely reported. It was interpreted with theatrical eagerness. The public wanted not just guilt but character. It wanted to know whether she was beautiful or plain, cold or hysterical, foreign or familiar, vain, cunning, unnatural, seductive, hard-hearted, insufficiently feminine, or monstrously over-feminine in some warped way. By the time the case entered full public view, Marie would no longer be treated simply as one accused among two. She would be made into a spectacle of womanhood gone wrong. The arrest, therefore, was not only the end of secrecy. It was the beginning of her transformation into public type. Yet before the newspapers fixed their gaze completely upon her, there remained the narrower but no less important matter of witness and statement. Who had seen Patrick go to Miniver Place? Who had observed the Mannings' conduct afterward? Who could account for Patrick's ordinary habits and his failure to continue them? Who could identify the property taken from his lodgings? Such witnesses do more than supply facts. They restore the victim to social existence. Murderers conceal the body partly to sever that existence, to make the victim a thing hidden rather than a person embedded in habits and relationships. Witnesses reverse the process. They say, "He was seen here, he said this, he owned these things, he lodged there, he worked thus, he knew these people, he was expected elsewhere." In doing so, they draw the victim back out of the offender's private violence and into the public world. Patrick O'Connor was therefore returning again, in another form. First he returned against the Manning plan as a missing man whose absence would not settle. Then he returned physically from beneath the floorboards. Now, through witnesses and property, he returned as a socially legible person whose life and routines could be reconstructed. This is one of the reasons the post-arrest phase matters so much. It is where the dead begin to recover narrative dignity from the schemes that sought to reduce them to inconvenience. For the accused, by contrast, the narrative narrows. Their possibilities contract. At the planning stage, many futures seemed imaginable. After the murder, perhaps escape still seemed possible. After burial, delay may have resembled reprieve. After suspicion fell, hope lived only in the concealment remaining materially intact. But after discovery and arrest, the line ahead grows harshly simple. There will be hearings. There will be public scrutiny. There will be the assembling of motive and fact. There will be trial. The couple who once imagined themselves capable of mastering the house, the dead man, and the visible world beyond their door now stood inside a process they could no longer choreograph. The household secret had ended. In its place stood official accusation, the first hardening of public horror, and the beginning of that dreadful transformation by which two obscure married people become figures of national fascination. Their rooms in Bermondsey would no longer be merely remembered as rooms. They would be described, revisited, imagined, and printed. Their actions would be retold in parlors, on street corners, and eventually in the courtroom itself. Patrick O'Connor's murder would be removed from the floor that hid it and placed instead on the public stage. Chapter 10. The Bermondsey Horror in Print. Before the trial had fully done its work, the newspapers had already begun another. That is often the order in sensational crime. The law moves towards proof, charge, procedure, and sentence, but the press moves faster and with different appetites. It wants shape before certainty, character before nuance, symbolism before restraint. A dead man under a kitchen floor in Bermondsey, a married pair, a prior intimate connection, money taken from the victim's rooms, and at the center of it all a woman who did not fit comfortably into the sentimental ideal of injured femininity. This was more than enough to ignite the Victorian imagination. The case did not remain merely a murder inquiry. It became a story with a title, and once the title arrived, so too did the larger public drama. The Bermondsey Horror. That phrase matters. It did not merely describe the case. It transformed it. A title of that kind turns crime into spectacle. It gives the public a compact label under which violence, class anxiety, domestic corruption, greed, gender, and fear can all be consumed at once. It makes the murder portable. People can repeat it in the street, over breakfast, in shops, in workshops, in drawing rooms, and at public houses. It condenses the unease of the crime into a commodity. Once a case is named in that way, it no longer belongs only to the dead, the accused, or the court. It becomes public property. The Victorian press was extraordinarily skilled at this work. By the middle of the 19th century, newspapers had become one of the central engines by which criminal notoriety was produced and circulated. They did not merely report facts. They arranged them into emotional hierarchies. They taught readers whom to fear, whom to pity, whom to loathe, and what larger lesson to draw from the event. In murder cases involving domestic interiors, this machinery worked with special force. The public was always hungry for proof that horror could lurk beneath ordinary surfaces, because such proof both disturbed and thrilled them. A crime in a street or field could be explained away as rough violence, the work of the dangerous classes, or the random cruelty of urban life. A crime in a house was harder to contain morally. It suggested that the home, the very place set against public disorder, might itself generate monstrosity. That is why the Manning case expanded so rapidly beyond its local facts. It brought together several themes that Victorian readers found irresistible. There was the corruption of domestic hospitality, a man invited to supper and then buried beneath the kitchen floor. There was money as motive, which always reassured the moralist because greed could be denounced with satisfying confidence. There was marriage as conspiracy, a husband and wife joined not in virtue but in shared destruction. And, perhaps above all, there was Marie Manning herself, who offered the public something it wanted almost as much as the crime. A female criminal upon whom wider fantasies and anxieties could be projected. Marie's importance to the case's printed life can hardly be overstated. Newspapers did not merely describe her as one accused among two. They looked at her. They interpreted her face, her dress, her bearing, her speech, her supposed coldness, her foreignness, her vanity, and her emotional adequacy or inadequacy under pressure. In this way, she was not simply reported, she was read. The Victorian public demanded that women accused of violent crime disclose themselves through appearance. If a woman wept too much, it might be performance. If she did not weep enough, it might be evidence of unnatural hardness. If she seemed composed, she was cold. If disordered, she was depraved. There was no stable measure by which such women could ever appear correctly. The female criminal body itself became a text onto which the press wrote its preferred conclusions. Marie, with her self-command and her resistance to easy sentimental framing, was especially vulnerable to this process. Had she fallen dramatically into helplessness, some portion of the public might have cast her in the familiar role of weak woman ruined by male influence. But the discovered facts, combined with her behavior and her connection to Patrick's property, made such a reading difficult to sustain. She was therefore placed into the opposite type. The calculating woman, the cold adventuress, the wife who not only failed to soften domestic life, but inverted it into trap and grave. That type had enormous cultural energy behind it. Victorian society was fascinated by women who crossed the line into overt aggression because they seemed to violate not just law but sex itself. A murderous man might be brutal. A murderous woman was often treated as metaphysical. This tendency became stronger where foreignness could be folded into the description. Marie's continental background, however uncertainly fixed in some particulars, made her easier to cast as not fully belonging to English domestic ideals. A woman already outside the neatest categories of English womanhood could be made to bear more than ordinary symbolic weight. She became not simply guilty, but alien in moral form as well as origin. One must be careful here. Such portrayals tell us as much about the fears of the society producing them as about the woman herself. Yet they mattered enormously in shaping how the case was understood. Marie was never permitted to remain only an individual. She was converted into a warning. Frederick, by contrast, occupied a more familiar, and therefore less magnetically sensational position in the printed imagination. He was certainly culpable and certainly central, but he did not disrupt established narrative patterns in the same way. A husband killing for gain, or assisting in such a killing, could be absorbed into recognizable forms of masculine criminality. Greed, violence, weakness, coarseness, failed self-command. Marie drew more fascination because she offered a richer contradiction to the domestic ideal. She was wife, hostess, former intimate, possible manipulator, participant in theft, and woman under public gaze, all at once. The press, which understood instinctively that readers would linger over the image of such a woman, gave her accordingly disproportionate narrative power. This is one reason the case became, in popular memory, as much her story as anyone's. Patrick O'Connor, despite being the dead man whose life made the crime possible and whose body beneath the floor gave the case its horrific center, could not compete in the economy of sensation with the living female accused. Death gives dignity in law, but it does not always hold attention in the press. The victim may be mourned, but the public gaze often slides from him towards the more narratively useful figure of the alleged murderess. In this sense, the printed afterlife of the crime repeated, in a distorted form, one of the violences of the murder itself. Patrick was used again, this time as the dead foundation of a story that increasingly revolved around the spectacle of Marie Manning. That spectacle was never innocent. It was tied closely to class as well as gender. The Manning case did not belong to aristocratic scandal, where rank can lend crime a glittering insulation. It belonged to the broad, anxious middle and lower middle world of service, rented respectability, careful appearances, and money always too narrow for ease. Readers saw in it not remote degeneracy, but a crime uncomfortably close to the architecture of ordinary aspiration. The house at Miniver Place was not grand. Its horrors emerged from modest rooms, domestic effort, and the unstable desire to look settled on means insufficient for security. This made the case legible to a vast readership. It suggested that murder could grow not only from extremes of vice, but from the cramped moral distortions of ordinary striving. Newspapers thrive on precisely this mixture of familiarity and deviation. The house must be ordinary enough to feel near, the crime extraordinary enough to compel. The Mannings offered both. They were not fiends in a Gothic castle. They were a married couple in Bermondsey, yet beneath their kitchen floor lay a murdered man. That dislocation between setting and act generated an almost inexhaustible power of retelling. The public could project themselves into the threshold, the room, the meal, the boards, the discovery. Such crimes are especially durable because they contaminate common domestic images. After reading them, one sees kitchens differently. The printed life of the case also turned heavily on narrative order. Journalists and commentators did not merely list facts. They arranged them to maximize horror. The invitation to supper became the first act of betrayal. The prior connection between Marie and Patrick added emotional ambiguity. The murder inside the house intensified the shock. The burial under the floor provided the grotesque centerpiece. The theft from Patrick's lodgings clarified motive. The discovery transformed suspicion into revelation. This sequence was already powerful in fact, but in print it became almost theatrical. Readers were led through the crime not as through a legal file, but as through a tale of progressive moral corruption. One should not underestimate how much pleasure the public derived from this arrangement, even while professing abhorrence. Victorian murder reporting often combined moral outrage with unmistakable relish. The more loudly the paper condemned, the more space it gave to the details. This was not hypocrisy exactly. It was the cultural form by which sensational crime became acceptable consumption. Readers could indulge their fascination while assuring themselves that they did so in the interests of moral instruction. They were horrified, yes, but also riveted. The condemned crime became a public entertainment wrapped in the language of warning. The Manning case was especially suited to that kind of double consumption because it allowed readers to experience several shocks at once. The home had been violated. The wife had participated. Money had overcome feeling. The guest had been betrayed. The dead had lain beneath ordinary domestic labor. The marriage itself had turned criminal. Each of these elements could sustain its own commentary, and together they made the case inexhaustibly discussable. Every reader might draw a slightly different lesson. Beware greed. Beware women of ambition. Beware false gentility. Beware old entanglements. Beware domestic secrecy. Beware the moral weaknesses bred by class aspiration. Sensational crime becomes truly durable when it offers many morals without exhausting its central thrill. Illustration, description, and repetition further deepened the public hold of the case. The 19th century understood very well that a criminal must be seen to be fully possessed by the public imagination. Sketches of the accused, verbal portraits of their demeanor, descriptions of the house, reports of the kitchen and floorboards, all gave the case material texture. The audience was invited to picture it. And once pictured, the event ceased to be only information. It became seen. Seen is what memory keeps. Even readers who forgot the legal details might remember the outline. The woman, the husband, the invited man, the kitchen floor. Marie's supposed emotional temperature was perhaps the most fiercely interpreted feature of all. Female composure at such moments has always disturbed audiences because it refuses them the reassurance of visible inner collapse. If she had screamed, fainted, torn at her hair, or dissolved into penitential tears, the public would still have judged her, but it would at least have understood how to place her within familiar melodramatic form. Self-possession made her harder to domesticate imaginatively. So the press did what it often does in such cases. It made composure itself into evidence. A calm woman becomes not merely composed but chilling. She is not enduring scrutiny. She is supposedly revealing, through her very restraint, the vacancy or corruption within. This habit of reading women through demeanor should be treated with suspicion, but not dismissed as unimportant. It shaped the climate in which the trial would be received. Newspapers do not need to pronounce guilt directly to help produce it culturally. They need only create a figure so symbolically charged that every future fact lands within the emotional architecture already built around her. Marie was becoming such a figure before the court had fully spoken. By the time proceedings advanced, many readers were no longer encountering a woman accused under law. They were encountering the woman they had already been told to see. At the same time, the case was enlarging popular disgust not only toward the accused, but toward the moral state of the city itself. London in the mid-19th century was frequently described as a place where money, movement, anonymity, and cramped ambition produced forms of corruption invisible in smaller, more stable communities. The Manning case seemed to confirm this fear. Here was not an eruption of rustic violence or drunken brawling, but a crime of calculation nurtured within urban privacy. The city enabled contact, concealment, shifting identity, and the close coexistence of aspiration and desperation. Bermondsey became both a specific location and a shorthand for the urban underside of respectability. The phrase Bermondsey horror therefore worked geographically as well as emotionally. It fixed the crime to a recognizable district while turning the district itself into part of the moral drama. Yet for all the energy spent upon character and setting, The body beneath the floor remained the irreducible center of the story. However much the press embroidered the Manning marriage, however intensely it studied Marie's face, however heavily it leaned on moral commentary, readers could not escape the concrete image of Patrick O'Connor hidden under the kitchen boards. That image anchored the case in physical reality. It prevented the whole matter from dissolving into mere type and allegory. Here, literally beneath the domestic surface, lay the murdered man whose existence had broken open the house, and then the story. In that sense, Patrick remained the silent governor of the narrative, even when the newspapers preferred to circle around the living. Public fascination, once fully kindled, inevitably prepares the ground for the courtroom as spectacle. The press does not simply mirror trial, it creates an audience for it. By the time Marie and Frederick approached formal proceedings, they had already been transformed from obscure householders into national material. Readers expected details, posture, exchanges, appearances, witnesses, revelations. The trial would not occur in a vacuum of law. It would occur inside an atmosphere already thick with print, rumor, and the moral expectations generated by sensational reporting. That atmosphere matters because it changes what the courtroom means. It is no longer merely the place where guilt is adjudicated. It becomes the stage on which the public's preformed imaginings seek confirmation. Marie would not walk into court as a blank subject of legal inquiry. She would walk in as the woman the newspapers had already taught readers to scrutinize. Frederick would not appear merely as the husband under indictment. He would appear as one half of a notorious pair. Patrick, though dead, would enter through every mention of the supper, the floor, the theft, the buried remains. The press had already built the emotional theater. The law was now expected to provide the authoritative performance. Thus the household secret, once broken by discovery, had now become public mythology in the making. The crime was no longer only a matter of evidence. It was a matter of national feeling, printed judgment, and the Victorian hunger to see domestic order shattered and then morally restored before an audience. Marie and Frederick Manning had lost control of their story completely. The home they hoped would contain their crime had yielded it first to investigators, then to printers, and finally to a public that demanded not only punishment but meaning. Chapter 11. The Trial. By the time Marie and Frederick Manning came before the court, the murder of Patrick O'Connor had already lived several lives. It had been first a private grievance within a marriage. Then it became a practical conspiracy enacted inside a modest Bermondsey house. After that it turned into concealment beneath a kitchen floor, then into a missing man inquiry, then into discovery, arrest, and the first machinery of official accusation. Finally, through the newspapers, it had become public spectacle. The courtroom did not create the case from nothing. It gathered all these prior forms together and forced them into the colder structure of law. That structure matters because law asks a different set of questions from gossip or sensation. The public may crave character, symbolism, and horror. The press may feast upon demeanor, dress, and moral type. The courtroom, whatever its own theatrical qualities, must proceed through proof. Who was the dead man? Where was he found? How did he die? Who had motive? Who had opportunity? What was done after death? What property was taken? What witnesses placed the accused within the chain of events? What statements contradict the known facts? A trial is the state's effort to strip crime of its haze and compel it into sequence. It never fully escapes drama, but it disciplines drama by insisting on arrangement. In the Manning case, the facts themselves were already unusually strong. A man had disappeared. He had been traced to the house of the accused. His body had been found buried beneath their kitchen floor. His money and securities had been interfered with. There was a prior connection between him and Marie. There were practical reasons of greed and resentment to wish him gone. This was not a prosecution built on abstract inference alone. It possessed a centerpiece, so terrible and so material that every surrounding fact drew power from it. A corpse beneath the floor of the accused is not merely evidence. It is accusation made tangible. Yet, even the strongest cases must be narrated before a jury. Facts do not march into court already meaning the same thing. They must be selected, ordered, connected, and spoken. This is where the prosecution in such a case does its deepest work. It takes the dead man out from under the floorboards once more, but now in language. It rebuilds the supper, the disappearance, the search, the theft. the discovery. It teaches the jury how to understand the house. It turns a hidden domestic event into a publicly legible moral sequence. If done well, the jury is made to feel not merely that a murder occurred, but that no other reasonable interpretation of the assembled facts is possible. The courtroom, therefore, became another stage on which the house at Miniver Place had to be re-entered and explained. Witnesses would restore the victim's last movements. Others would describe Patrick O'Connor's habits, work, property, and failure to return. Investigators would account for the search of the house and the finding of the body under the kitchen floor. Evidence concerning the securities and money taken from Patrick's lodgings would help sharpen motive. In such a trial, each witness is less an isolated voice than a supporting beam. No single beam need carry the whole structure. Together they make collapse impossible. For Patrick O'Connor, the trial offered a final kind of return. Murder had reduced him to body, concealment had reduced him to hidden burden, and the press had often reduced him to the dead foundation of a more sensational story about the Mannings. The courtroom, at least in part, restored him as person. Witnesses would identify his routines, his employment, his lodgings, his possessions, his relation to Marie, his last known visit. This is one of the few forms of dignity the law can still offer the murdered. It cannot give life back, but it can insist that the dead remain socially real and not merely useful to the offender's plan. Patrick was not to remain only the body under the floor. He was to be named and reconstructed as a man whose disappearance required account. Marie and Frederick, meanwhile, entered the court not simply as accused individuals, but as already notorious figures. That notoriety changed the texture of the trial even if the formal rules remained the same. The public gaze was upon them. Their expressions, dress, gestures, and posture would be watched with hungry intensity. Every witness's words would be read not only for legal force, but for dramatic color. The newspapers had prepared the country to expect a kind of moral theater, and the courtroom could not entirely resist that expectation. Trials of sensational murder in the 19th century often occupied a space between solemn adjudication and public spectacle. The law spoke in one register, but the room was thick with another. Marie was particularly exposed to this double reading. In a purely legal sense, she stood where Frederick stood, before the court as one of the accused in a case of murder and concealment. But culturally, she occupied a different position. A woman charged with such a crime was never seen only through law. She was seen through the violated expectations of femininity. Was she composed? Too composed? Did she seem concerned for herself alone? Did she show feeling at the right moments, and if not, what did that mean? The courtroom becomes, in such cases, a place where society tries to force the female accused into an emotional script and then punishes her whichever way she performs it. Marie's earlier composure, already so heavily noted in print, now followed her into the legal space as an interpretive burden. Frederick's burden differed. A man might be morally denounced for greed, coarseness, and violence, but his emotional self-presentation was not examined with quite the same ravenous fascination. Instead, he was measured more heavily against practical authority and physical involvement. As husband and householder, he could scarcely separate himself from the fact of a dead man beneath his kitchen boards. The very architecture of the crime attached itself to masculine domestic authority. Whatever role Marie had played, Frederick could not plausibly become incidental in a house where the body had been buried and the floor restored under his own roof. One of the most significant questions in any joint murder trial is whether the prosecution can make conspiracy feel like one event rather than two intersecting stories. The defense, or at least the natural tendency of the accused, often pushes the other way. It seeks to break the unity of the crime. One was more active, the other less. One acted, the other feared. One knew fully, the other only partly. One was led, the other followed. Even where no formal defense strategy of mutual accusation is adopted, the possibility shadows the room. The jury must therefore be persuaded that the crime belongs to both minds and both hands sufficiently to justify equal condemnation. In the Manning case, the prosecution's task on that point was aided immensely by concealment. A murder might sometimes be framed as the sudden act of one person in the presence of another. But a body buried under a kitchen floor, a room restored, stolen property taken, and ordinary life continued above the grave all point strongly to sustained joint participation. Concealment is what makes the household murder so deadly in law. It extends the crime in time. It gives the court not a single burst of violence to interpret, but a series of acts: burial, restoration, theft, deception, that collectively imply agreement. The house itself, once reopened by the search, testified to conspiracy. The evidence concerning Patrick's property would have been especially useful in drawing motive into clear view. Murder for gain is one of the easiest motives to understand because it appears both practical and morally repellent. The jury need not be asked to enter obscure states of passion or private madness. They are shown money, securities, access, and advantage. That Marie had gone to Patrick's lodgings and interfered with his possessions after his death did more than suggest greed. It tied her previous relationship with him to a practical exploitation only murder made possible. It showed knowledge, not random opportunism. She knew where to go and what could be taken. Such evidence is devastating because it reveals pre-existing familiarity put to posthumous use. And then there was the body. No amount of eloquence from either side could lessen the force of where Patrick O'Connor had been found. Courts live on words, but words in murder cases are often only frames around one physical fact. Here the physical fact was almost unbearable in its directness. Patrick had not vanished into uncertainty. He had not been found in some place weakly connected to the accused. He had been discovered beneath their kitchen floor, inside the house where he had last been traced. Every witness, every inference, every note of motive and conduct gathered around that one revelation. If the courtroom had a center of gravity, it lay there, under the boards, where the prosecution could always bring the jury back to the plain obscenity of concealment within the home. One should not assume from this that the defense had no work to do. On the contrary, even overwhelming facts create room for tactical emphasis. The defense may try to muddy sequence, question degree of participation, or exploit any uncertainty about who did exactly what. Where both a husband and wife are charged, there may be some hope of planting in the jury's mind a difference in responsibility. The man may be represented as the principal actor of violence, the woman as morally involved but not equally murderous. Or, less commonly in public sentiment though not impossible in argument, the woman may be cast as the instigator and the husband as weaker instrument. Such distinctions matter profoundly where sentence may be capital and where the emotional climate around sex and authority already shapes juror instinct. Still, such distinctions run into trouble when concealment has been so domestic, so prolonged, and so materially shared. A body beneath the floor is not hidden by one person alone while the other goes innocently about married life overhead. The kitchen is too central, the labor too great, the secrecy too intimate. This is one reason the Manning trial exerted such force upon contemporaries. It presented not merely a murder, but a marriage deformed into joint criminal housekeeping. The old ideal of husband and wife as moral partners in domestic order had here been inverted into husband and wife as custodians of the same buried victim. The jury did not need philosophical instruction to feel the monstrosity of that. Witnesses in such trials also perform another important function. They puncture any glamour or abstraction surrounding the accused. Sensational reporting may have enlarged Marie into a type and Frederick into one half of a notorious pair. But witnesses bring back the mundane textures of actual life. They identify who went where, who said what was seen, what property was missing, how the body was found. This can make the case more terrible precisely because it shrinks it from melodrama into practical fact. A woman known to the victim, a man in a certain house, a kitchen floor lifted, securities removed. The extraordinary is made up of ordinary decisions, and witness testimony lays those decisions out one by one. The emotional atmosphere of the courtroom must have been thick, but not only because of public curiosity. Capital murder trials always carry beneath them the knowledge of the scaffold. Every statement, every witness, every contradiction is shadowed by death. The accused are not merely fighting shame or imprisonment. They are moving towards or away from execution. This gives their demeanor a harsh significance, not because expression itself proves guilt, but because everyone in the room knows the stakes are final. A wrongly placed confidence, an unconvincing denial, an inability to explain a practical fact. Any of these may seem, in retrospect, to mark the point where the scaffold draws nearer. Marie's self-command, whatever its source, likely did her little cultural good here. The public wanted female guilt to announce itself emotionally. When it did not, composure became evidence of unnaturalness. This is one of the great cruelties of such cases. A woman on trial for her life may be judged not merely on the force of the evidence, but on the emotional style with which she endures it. Yet, even setting aside the gendered reading of her demeanor, the practical evidence against her was grave enough. Her connection to Patrick, the invitation, the property, the concealment within her home, all made it difficult for the court to imagine her outside the central action of the crime. Frederick could hardly find firmer ground. Whatever his own expression or bearing, the material case bound him closely. In some murders a man might hope to deny knowledge of what occurred within his home. But a body under the kitchen floor, hidden after violent death, destroys that possibility. The house itself insists on domestic awareness. The jury needed no elaborate theory to see that the home had become the mechanism of the crime and that the husband of the home stood deeply implicated. As the prosecution drew its threads together, the trial would have offered the jury an increasingly cohesive structure. Patrick O'Connor, a man with money and prior connection to Marie, the invitation to supper, the disappearance, the theft or interference with his property, the house in Bermondsey, the search, the body under the floor, the inability of the accused to separate themselves convincingly from the concealment. The sheer coherence of that structure is what likely made the case so powerful in court. Some trials depend on a single dramatic revelation. This one depended on convergence. Each fact did not stand alone. It leaned into the others until the whole arrangement became overwhelmingly persuasive. And outside the formal legal reasoning, the wider symbolism of the case remained impossible to ignore. Jurors were not abstractions. They lived in the same culture that idealized domestic virtue, feared urban moral decay, and expected marriage to soften rather than intensify wrongdoing. They would have felt, as others did, the deep violation carried by the image of a man buried beneath the kitchen floor of a married couple's house. Even where the law asked them only to determine guilt, the emotional world in which that guilt was assessed was shaped by these broader meanings. The Bermondsey horror did not enter court stripped of cultural force. It entered already carrying all the moral electricity the newspapers had loaded into it. Once the evidence had been laid out and the jury required to decide, there could not have been much real safety for the accused. The house had spoken too loudly. Patrick's body had answered too plainly. What remained was not whether the law would recognize the crime, but how swiftly and with what finality. The transition from notorious accusation to guilty verdict in such a case often feels almost predetermined in retrospect, though one must be cautious about assuming inevitability. Trials still matter because they translate overwhelming suspicion into lawful judgment. Without that step, horror remains socially vivid but institutionally incomplete. The verdict is what turns moral revulsion into the state's authorized conclusion. The Manning trial, then, was the point at which hidden domestic crime was fully reclassified as public, prosecutable murder. The house in Bermondsey, once a place of strained aspiration and then of concealment, was now a fact in legal history. Patrick O'Connor's death was no longer merely told, inferred, or imagined. It had been judicially assembled. Marie and Frederick were no longer simply the notorious pair of the newspapers. They were convicted killers under sentence. Chapter 12. Verdict, condemnation, and the road to the scaffold. Once the evidence had been heard and arranged into legal form, the final movement of the case followed with a kind of dreadful inevitability. The trial had taken the murder of Patrick O'Connor out of secrecy, out of rumor, and even out of the looser sensational life of the newspapers, and had fixed it within the authority of judgment. The house at Miniver Place had spoken through the discovery beneath its floor. Patrick's movements had been restored through witnesses. The theft of his property had sharpened motive. The marriage of the accused had been exposed not as a sheltering domestic union but as the framework within which murder and concealment had been carried out. By the time the jury's task narrowed to verdict, the moral and evidentiary weight of the case had become almost unbearable. Yet a verdict is never only the recognition of accumulated fact. In a capital case, it is also the moment when a society decides whether horror will be answered by death. That distinction matters. The conviction of Marie and Frederick Manning was one thing. The sentence that followed was another. Guilt placed them within the machinery of punishment. Condemnation to die placed them within the deeper and more unsettling rituals by which Victorian England sought to dramatize justice before itself. The finding against them did not simply end uncertainty. It altered the meaning of everything that had gone before. The invitation to supper was no longer merely suspicious. It was legally understood as the beginning of a murderous sequence. The concealment under the floorboards was no longer a discovered atrocity awaiting interpretation. It was the proved act of the convicted. The theft from Patrick's lodgings was no longer merely greed made likely by his disappearance. It stood as part of the confirmed criminal design. Once the verdict came, each prior fact hardened. What had previously been assembled into accusation was now folded into judgment. For Patrick O'Connor, this was the final recovery of public standing that the law could offer. Murder had deprived him of life, concealment had deprived him of open death, and the printed sensation surrounding the case had often threatened to reduce him to the buried center of a more lurid narrative about the Mannings. Conviction could not restore him as a living man, but it did establish, in the state's voice, that what had been done to him was no mystery, no accident, no domestic confusion, and no vanishing of uncertain cause. He had been murdered, hidden, and used. The law named that plainly. For Marie and Frederick, the verdict ended the last serious possibility of controlling the meaning of their own conduct. Before discovery, they had controlled the body. Before arrest, they still controlled their immediate speech within the house. Even after the newspapers seized upon them, there remained some narrow room for performance, denial, self-positioning, and hope. The verdict closed that room. From that point onward, they no longer stood chiefly as accused people fighting narrative. They stood as condemned people awaiting punishment. The difference is profound. The future contracts. The imagination, once occupied with concealment, defense, and legal survival, narrows toward the calendar of death. In the Victorian courtroom, the pronouncement of sentence in a murder case carried a ritual force far beyond its formal wording. It was not merely administrative. The judge's language, especially where death was to follow, represented the state's fullest moral voice. The courtroom that had listened to witnesses and arguments was suddenly transformed into a place of final reckoning. In that moment, the convicted were no longer participants in adversarial process. They were recipients of sentence. The law, having heard enough, spoke down upon them. To modern sensibilities, such rituals can feel theatrical, even grimly archaic, but they were central to how 19th century criminal justice understood itself. Punishment was meant not only to remove and deter, but to signify. A murder committed under the forms of domestic respectability required not just a finding of guilt, but a solemn public reassertion that no marriage, no household, no private arrangement of husband and wife could shield those who converted the home into a grave. In sentencing Marie and Frederick Manning to die, the court was doing more than punishing two individuals. It was symbolically purging an offense that had seemed to contaminate the domestic ideal itself. The fact that both were condemned together gave the case an especially severe cultural resonance. A man sentenced for murder was terrible but familiar. A woman sentenced beside him, and for the same domestic crime, generated a deeper public agitation. Victorian society could imagine violent men readily enough. It was far less comfortable with a woman who did not occupy the place of passive sufferer, coerced subordinate, or pitiable ruin. Marie's condemnation therefore struck not only legal nerves but social ones. She was not to be spared by sex. She was not to be reclassified as merely weak or secondary in some morally softening way. The sentence confirmed what the trial had already suggested, that the law regarded her as central enough to the crime to stand beside her husband in equal extremity of punishment. This mattered enormously to public feeling. Some would have seen in it justice made stern and admirable. Others would have found in it something more unsettling. Proof that a woman could descend far enough in criminality that even the cultural hesitations around female execution would not save her. The condemned woman always held a special place in 19th century imagination because she seemed to force society into a contradiction. It prized feminine softness, dependence, and moral refinement, yet when confronted with a woman whose acts mocked those ideals, it often punished her with exceptional symbolic severity. Marie Manning became one of those women through whom the culture tried to resolve its own unease by spectacle. If the verdict fixed guilt, the period between sentence and execution opened another phase altogether. The condemned interval. This interval is morally peculiar. The prisoners are still alive, but their lives are no longer imagined as open. Their time has been taken up and divided by the state. Every visit, every meal, every prayer, every report on their demeanor now occurs under the knowledge that a date approaches on which their lives are meant to end by law. In notorious cases, this condemned interval becomes almost as public as the trial. The appetite for detail intensifies rather than subsides. Readers want to know how the condemned sleep, speak, eat, repent, resist, pray, or fail to pray. They want signs. Has remorse appeared? Has pride broken? Is the woman softer now? Is the man hardened? The public that consumes execution as moral theater always wants the condemned to become legible before death. Marie's conduct in this interval would inevitably be read through that hunger. Any sign of composure could again be interpreted as coldness. Any sign of distress might be interpreted as self-regard rather than sorrow. The female condemned prisoner does not easily receive the dignity of silence. Society insists on extracting an emotional meaning from her bearing. Marie had already shown herself resistant, whether by temperament or discipline, to the expected script of feminine collapse. This ensured that the period before execution would only deepen the fascination around her. She would be watched not simply as a condemned murderer, but as a woman approaching the scaffold in a manner the public was desperate to decode. Frederick, too, would be watched, but differently. The condemned man is read more in terms of firmness, fear, repentance, and bodily courage. His moral meaning is less often sought in subtleties of expression and more in whether he faces death, like a man, whatever that may mean in the minds of those observing. Such standards are no less theatrical for being familiar. They are simply older. In a case where husband and wife were to die together, the contrast between how each was read becomes especially revealing of the age. The man's death is tied to courage or weakness. The woman's death is tied to character, feeling, and the larger question of what sort of woman could come to such an end at all. One must not lose sight, however, of the human compression of this interval for the condemned themselves. However guilty, however implicated in greed and concealment, they had now been reduced to waiting. The house in Bermondsey was gone from their control. The crime no longer lived under their floorboards, but in the mouths of others. The future had narrowed to prison walls, official visits, and the approach of the gallows. Shared murder had first bound Marie and Frederick together in secrecy. Now shared sentence bound them in a different and final way. They could no longer imagine escape through cleverness or calm housekeeping. The world beyond their cell or cells had already decided what they were to become. The famous condemned pair of the Bermondsey horror. That public naming intensified as execution approached. The newspapers did not tire of the case simply because legal guilt had been established. On the contrary, conviction often inflamed interest because it gave readers permission to consume the condemned without the faint restraint that uncertainty imposes. The couple could now be morally handled with confidence. Reports of their behaviour after sentence, accounts of preparations for execution, reflections on the enormity of the crime, and renewed descriptions of the house, the floor, and the dead man all fed the growing spectacle. It was not enough that justice would be done. Justice had to be seen moving towards its end. This appetite points to something unsettling at the heart of Victorian punishment culture. Public execution, and even the lead up to it, depended upon a peculiar mixture of righteousness and hunger. People insisted that the condemned die as examples, warnings, and moral lessons. Yet they also consumed the progress to death with an energy that cannot be explained by instruction alone. The condemned pair became not merely subjects of legal process but performers, however unwilling, in a national drama of crime and punishment. Their death was anticipated long before it arrived. In this sense, the verdict did not close the story. It reoriented it towards its most publicly charged chapter. The law had spoken, but the public still awaited the final visible act by which law and spectacle would join. Marie and Frederick Manning were to be hanged, and because theirs was a case already swollen with domestic horror, female criminality, and printed notoriety, the executions promised to draw enormous attention. The sentence was therefore not only punitive, but preparatory. It made possible the final transformation of the Bermondsey murder from a notorious trial into one of the most infamous execution scenes of the century. There is another, quieter irony here. The Mannings had tried to hide Patrick O'Connor beneath the floor in order to remove him from public fact and secure some future for themselves. The verdict reversed that logic with pitiless completeness. Patrick's body had brought them into the open. Now their own bodies were being drawn towards a public end. Concealment had failed so absolutely that it produced the opposite of what they intended. Instead of vanishing into safety with his money, they became more visible than they could ever have imagined, watched by courts, newspapers, and crowds moving already in thought towards the scaffold. For Marie especially, the verdict carried a symbolic violence distinct from the legal one. It stripped away every remaining possibility that she might be understood by the culture in any softer role. She was no longer the ambiguous woman at the center of a domestic mystery, nor even merely the woman whom the press had made notorious. She was a condemned murderess, publicly linked to greed, calculation, and one of the most grotesque household concealments in memory. The woman once read for signs of vanity, foreignness, composure, and ambition would now be read for signs of repentance before death. This did not humanize her in the public eye. It completed the type into which she had been forced. And yet beneath type and spectacle, there remained the stark, simple shape of what had happened. Patrick O'Connor had been invited to supper by people he had reason to trust. He had been murdered inside their house. He had been buried under their kitchen floor. His property had been taken. The verdict and sentence did not create the horror of the crime. They merely made the state answer it in its own ancient language of condemnation and death. The road to the scaffold now lay open. Chapter 13. The Condemned Days. After sentence, time changed its nature. During the months of suspicion, concealment, arrest, and trial, time had moved with a hard and varied momentum. There had been things to manage, things to hide, things to answer, counsel to hear, witnesses to fear, appearances to maintain, and the continually narrowing hope that one turn of events might yet leave another path open. Once the sentence of death had been pronounced, much of that movement stopped. The future no longer stretched ahead in branching possibilities. It shortened into a measured approach towards one appointed end. Every day now stood not in relation to life as usual, nor even to legal uncertainty, but to the scaffold. This condemned interval has always exerted a powerful fascination upon the public imagination. It seems to offer access to something ultimate, as though the nearness of death must strip the condemned of artifice and reveal the final truth of character. Yet this belief is itself a kind of fiction. The condemned do not become suddenly transparent simply because the gallows waits for them. They remain what all human beings remain under pressure. Complex, frightened, proud, bitter, disciplined, self-deceiving, sometimes penitent, sometimes theatrical, often contradictory, and always shaped by the eyes upon them. In the case of Marie and Frederick Manning, those eyes were not few. They were the eyes of prison authorities, chaplains, officials, visitors, reporters by indirect channel, and beyond them the far wider and hungrier gaze of the public, which wanted from the condemned not only suffering but meaning. The days after sentence therefore formed a strange theater, one more private than the trial, yet no less interpreted. The condemned man and woman could not simply wait. Their waiting was observed, described, moralized. Did they pray? Did they sleep? Did they eat with appetite or without it? Did they cling to each other in sentiment, or recede into separate inward worlds? Did remorse visibly take hold, or did pride still govern them? Every small detail became material. Society could not be satisfied with having secured legal judgment. It wanted to know how the condemned inhabited that judgment before death completed it. Marie, above all, remained the object of this peculiar hunger. Her sex ensured that no report of her conduct would be treated as merely incidental. A condemned man's bearing might be admired or condemned in straightforward terms of courage, cowardice, repentance, or brutishness. A condemned woman was forced to signify more than herself. Her manner was taken to answer, absurdly yet insistently, larger questions about female nature. If she wept, the public might find in her tears either proof of conscience or proof of theatricality. If she remained composed, composure itself became suspect, as though only an unnatural woman could face approaching death without visible collapse. Marie had already been burdened with precisely that reading throughout the case. Sentence did not loosen it. It tightened it. One must resist the temptation to overstate certainty about the inward life of the condemned in these days. Too much writing on historical crime slips too quickly into invented intimacy, as though prison walls become transparent to later imagination. They do not. But even without pretending to know every private movement of feeling, one may say something with confidence. The condemned days are never empty. They are thick with forced reflection, practical ritual, and the humiliations of dependence. A person sentenced to die no longer governs the shape of ordinary existence. Meals, movement, visits, prayer, sleep, clothing, and the very order of the day are controlled by others. The condemned may retain a posture of self-command, but material autonomy has been stripped away. For people like the Mannings, who had once tried to control house, victim, and story, this reversal must have been severe. They had buried a man under their floor to gain mastery. Now they were themselves held within the state's apparatus, their own bodies scheduled towards a public end. The prison in such cases becomes another kind of house, but one emptied of the moral pretenses that had attached themselves to Miniver Place. There is no domestic performance here, no room for private arrangements to pass as ordinary life. The condemned cell is brutally honest in its purpose. It exists not to sustain a future but to contain a person until execution. The narrowness of that purpose alters everything. Every conversation is shadowed by finality. Every act of religious counsel, every word from an official, every rumor of the outside crowd gathering in interest, all belong to a single descending line. Marie and Frederick, though joined by marriage and sentence, would have experienced this interval under somewhat different symbolic pressures. Frederick's relation to the scaffold was culturally legible. Men were hanged. The public understood the grammar of masculine execution, however coarse and contradictory its values. Courage might be admired, fear might be pitied or mocked, repentance desired. But the condemned man remained, in the public mind, within the realm of the recognizably punishable. Marie's approach to death was less easy for the culture to absorb. A woman on the road to the gallows carried with her a disturbance beyond the crime itself. She represented not only legal guilt, but the collapse of the sentimental protections with which society liked to surround womanhood. Her death had to be rendered meaningful in excess of itself. She must be read as warning, spectacle, moral lesson, fallen creature, unsexed criminal, or some unstable mix of all of these. This is why the reports and recollections of condemned women so often dwell obsessively upon details of appearance and bearing. Was she pale? Was she dressed plainly? Did she maintain dignity? Did she seem vain? Did she ask after clothing? Did she speak of earthly things rather than heavenly ones? Underneath all such detail lies the same anxious question. Can she still be read as woman while moving towards the scaffold, or has her crime rendered her something else? Marie's public image had already leaned heavily towards the latter. The condemned days therefore became, for the watching society, the final opportunity either to soften her through signs of penitence or harden her forever into the figure of the cold murderess. The role of religion in this interval must also be acknowledged. Victorian punishment culture placed immense emphasis on the possibility, or at least the performance, of repentance. The condemned were expected to prepare not only for death, but for judgment beyond death. Chaplains, prayers, scriptural readings, exhortations to confession and contrition all formed part of the official moral machinery surrounding the scaffold. This machinery was not wholly cynical. Many participants believed in it sincerely. But belief did not make it simple. Repentance under sentence of death is never unambiguous. It may be genuine, self-protective, confused, delayed, partial, or all of these at once. Some condemned cling to innocence. Some confess fully. Some confess selectively. Some become quieter without clarifying anything. The public, however, prefers repentance in a neat dramatic form. It wants the condemned to approach death with a script intelligible enough to console the spectators. Whether Marie and Frederick conform to that script in ways satisfying to observers is a question that, historically, was always going to be answered less by inner truth than by public appetite. The condemned are rarely allowed the dignity of ambiguous humanity. Their conduct is seized upon and arranged according to the needs of narrative. If they seem devout, the case becomes a lesson in late repentance. If firm, perhaps a lesson in hardened sin. If broken, proof that conscience at last has done its work. If not broken, proof of unnatural depravity. The condemned days therefore often tell us less about the soul of the prisoner than about the emotional and moral expectations of those watching. Still, even within this machinery, the human fact remains brutal. Marie and Frederick had to wake each day knowing that each morning brought the scaffold nearer. The body registers such knowledge in ways that no neat moral reading can fully capture. Appetite alters. Sleep alters. Memory sharpens strangely or blurs. Past events recur with new force, not because truth suddenly becomes noble, but because time has narrowed so violently. A person may revisit old decisions, not to understand them more wisely, but because there is little else left to think against the coming fact of death. In the Mannings case, every path in thought would eventually bend back to the house in Bermondsey, the invitation, the room, the blow, the floorboards, the search, the trial. The condemned cannot escape the sequence that brought them where they are. They may resist it, reinterpret it, soften it to themselves, or silently harden against it. But they live within it. Outside the prison, meanwhile, interest in the case did not diminish. If anything, it grew more fevered as execution approached. This is one of the ugliest truths about public punishment. Sentence does not satisfy the appetite for sensation. It sharpens it. The public now knows there will be a visible climax. Crowds begin to think ahead, to discuss times, places, logistics, to retell the crime anew in anticipation of seeing justice finished. Printers and pamphleteers, talkers and gossipers, all find fresh material in the condemned interval because suspense still exists. It is no longer suspense about guilt, but about the manner of dying, the conduct of the condemned, the crowd, the scaffold, the final moments. Punishment promises closure, yet it also creates its own last chapter of voyeurism. The Mannings case was peculiarly suited to that culture of anticipation because it contained what the public most desired in an execution spectacle: notoriety, a married pair, and a woman. A husband and wife hanged for a murder carried out in their own home could not fail to draw enormous attention. The very symmetry of their fate fascinated. Marriage, which had once been the social form of their respectability, now became part of the grim pattern by which the public imagined their punishment. They had lived together, plotted together, buried together, and now would move together, if not in step, then in linked public memory, towards the scaffold. There is a cruel dramatic economy in that. The state, by condemning them both, seemed almost to answer the marriage with a countermarriage of death. Society had once recognized them as husband and wife. It now prepared to exhibit them as condemned pair. Their partnership, which in the house had allowed them to convert domestic life into concealment, would in public become one of the central features of the execution's attraction. People do not gather in the same way for every ordinary hanging. They gather in great force for hangings that promise unusual meaning. The Mannings did. One imagines, too, the shifting relation between Marie and Frederick in these last days, though here again certainty must be modest. Shared murder had bound them in secrecy. Shared trial had bound them in accusation. Shared sentence bound them in mortality. Yet such binding does not guarantee emotional closeness. It may produce dependence, resentment, numbness, or some uneasy alternation among all three. A couple who once sustained each other in criminal confidence may find little comfort to give when both stand equally under the sentence of death. The future in which they once imagined relief together has disappeared entirely. What remains between them is the knowledge that each is implicated in the other's fall. There is a terrible intimacy in that, but not necessarily tenderness. As the appointed day drew nearer, practical preparations would have become more explicit. In capital punishment systems, no matter how ceremonially framed, death finally arrives through logistics. The scaffold must be prepared, officials informed, security arranged, the condemned readied and watched. The prison's internal rhythm tightens. To those outside, execution still retains its cloak of moral drama. To those inside, it approaches as a matter of administration bearing enormous symbolic weight. There is something chilling in this conjunction. Human death is made punctual. Public appetite is accommodated through official order. The state's most ancient violence is carried out by timetable. The condemned feel that timetable in every narrowing hour. Even if not all details are spoken constantly, the body begins to inhabit them. The final evening and night before execution have always exerted a particular hold on observers for this reason. They seem to stand at the threshold where ordinary life and imminent death still technically coexist. Yet in truth the condemned have already entered the realm of execution before the dawn comes. They are in its custody. Their last night is not a free night of life, but the first portion of death's administration. This chapter of the Manning case therefore belongs not only to the condemned pair, but to the society arranging itself to watch them die. The condemned days expose, in compressed form, the whole moral contradiction of Victorian punishment. Sincere claims of justice and repentance intertwined with a vast hunger for spectacle, moral lesson entwined with fascination, religious exhortation entwined with the practical staging of public death. Marie and Frederick waited under that contradiction. Their own crime had turned home into theater of murder. Now the state and the public were preparing to turn their punishment into theater of another kind. Chapter 14. The morning of execution. By the time the morning of execution arrived, the Bermondsey murder no longer belonged only to the dead, the condemned, or the law. It had become something larger and uglier, a public event awaited by thousands. The road from Patrick O'Connor's Last Supper in Miniver Place had led not only through murder, concealment, discovery, trial, and sentence, but towards the open theater of capital punishment itself. Victorian justice, for all its language of order and moral gravity, still culminated in spectacle. A crowd would gather, a scaffold would stand, the condemned would be brought out, and death would be enacted before a mass audience in the name of law. This is what gives the final chapter of the Manning case its peculiar doubleness. On one level, the execution was the state's formal answer to a crime it had judged monstrous. On another, it exposed the ferocious appetite of the public for punishment made visible. Those two things are not the same, though history often forces them together. A sentence of death may be pronounced in solemnity. A public hanging transforms solemnity into performance, whether anyone wishes to admit it or not. The scaffold does not simply kill. It gathers, displays, and invites the crowd to participate emotionally in the extinction of human life. The morning on which Marie and Frederick Manning were to die drew an enormous audience. This alone tells us much about the culture that produced such scenes. People did not attend merely from stern moral duty. They came because they wanted to see. The condemned pair had already become notorious in print. The crime had all the elements required for durable fascination. A married couple, a former intimate, money, a hidden body under a kitchen floor, and at the center of it a woman whose public image had been shaped into something at once repellent and magnetic. By the time execution approached, the public did not merely believe justice was about to be done. It desired the final sight of the pair who had committed the Bermondsey horror. One must picture the crowd not as some abstract moral body, but as a vast and uncomfortable mixture of motives. There were the curious, the righteous, the idle, the sensation seekers, the sincerely appalled, the morally theatrical, the merely excited, the half-drunk, the talkative, the vendors and opportunists who inevitably gather wherever large numbers of people collect. Public execution always attracted such a mixture. To speak of the public as though it arrived in a single mood is misleading. Crowds are never morally pure. They are made of hunger, boredom, conviction, cruelty, excitement, and the contagious energy of being part of a mass event. This is one reason executions so often scandalized even those who believed in capital punishment. The punishment itself could be defended in theory. The crowd that came to watch it often revealed something far less defensible. Before the condemned emerged, the scaffold itself stood as the central object of anticipation. There is something deeply revealing in the way such structures dominate the public imagination. The scaffold is at once practical and symbolic. Practically, it is a machine for killing by law. Symbolically, it is the raised point at which the state makes punishment visible. Height matters here. The condemned are elevated not in honor but in exposure. Their bodies are lifted above the crowd so that all may witness the final transition from life into death. The state, in effect, borrows theatrical form to give punishment authority and exemplary force. Yet in doing so it also yields the condemned to spectacle. For Marie Manning, the walk towards that scaffold carried an additional burden of visibility. A condemned woman never merely ascends to execution as one body among others. She is read, stared at, interpreted, Her dress, posture, pallor, gait, and expression are all taken as evidence of some final inner truth. Society, unable to settle its unease about female criminality at trial alone, continues trying to read her at the threshold of death. Is she repentant? Is she proud? Does she seem suitably broken? Does she still betray vanity? The condemned woman is forced into one last public argument over what sort of woman she has been. Marie, who had already frustrated easy sentiment by her bearing throughout the case, approached the scaffold under exactly this predatory gaze. Frederick, too, was subject to the crowd's scrutiny, but in a different register. The condemned man at the gallows is judged more crudely and more simply. Is he steady, faltering, cowardly, firm, penitent, weak? He is not usually made to bear the same symbolic burden for his sex, because violent masculinity is already part of the world the spectators think they know. Marie's presence unsettled them more. She did not merely stand beside her husband as another criminal. She magnified the spectacle by making it rare in precisely the way the public most avidly consumed. One should not romanticize the final moments before emergence. Whatever rituals of prayer or official preparation took place, the scaffold remained a real instrument of death. The condemned may have moved under religious exhortation and administrative control, but their bodies were still moving towards hanging. Every step had a physical meaning beneath its ceremonial one. The condemned mourning is often wrapped in language of solemnity, yet beneath the solemn words lies a blunt fact. Living people are being arranged for death by timetable. There is no tenderness in the system itself, however pious the forms surrounding it. When the condemned finally appeared, the crowd's reaction would have revealed more about society than about the pair themselves. Public executions produced noise, shouts, murmurs, surges of attention, those strange waves of collective feeling that move through large assemblies. The condemned became at once intensely visible and almost depersonalized, their individual humanity flattened beneath the force of mass spectatorship. This is one of the profound cruelties of public punishment. However guilty the person, however monstrous the crime, the scaffold turns them into a visible object for thousands. Their final private possession, their death, is taken from privacy entirely. For Marie and Frederick, that exposure was especially charged because theirs was not an ordinary hanging in the public mind. It was the culmination of a case the newspapers had already taught people to imagine in vivid domestic scenes. The house in Bermondsey hovered invisibly above the scaffold in the minds of spectators. The kitchen floor, the buried body, the supper invitation, the stolen securities, all these had traveled into the execution crowd through print and repetition. The pair ascending the scaffold were not merely two condemned prisoners. They were the living conclusion to a story many had already consumed and discussed as if it belonged to them. Public execution encourages exactly this feeling of ownership. The crowd comes not simply to see justice, but to complete the narrative it has adopted. The presence of a woman at the gallows intensified this appetite almost beyond decency. A female execution drew crowds not only because it was rarer, but because it seemed to promise an encounter with something unstable in the moral imagination. The condemned woman's death allowed spectators to reassure themselves that even the violation of feminine norms could be brought under male law and public punishment. Yet this reassurance came at a cost. To watch a woman die by hanging is to discover that the moral order one claims to defend must still avail itself of a brutally physical destruction of the female body. The crowd may call that justice. It still remains a spectacle of death. There is another grim irony here. Marie and Frederick had once tried to use the forms of domestic order, invitation, meal, house, floor, routine, to conceal murder from the world. Now the state used the forms of public order, scaffold, officials, prayer, sentence, crowd, to display their punishment to the world. In both scenes, structure and ritual attempted to make violence legible and manageable. In both scenes, the body remained the final truth. Patrick's body under the floor had spoken more plainly than any lie told above it. Now the bodies of his murderers would be made to speak another message. That private crime had been answered by public death. The moral difficulty, however, lies in whether that message could survive the crowd that received it. Public executions were always vulnerable to corruption by the spectators themselves. The state wished to say, "Behold justice." The crowd too often answered, "Behold entertainment." Vendors, chatter, drunkenness, gossip, jostling, morbid excitement. All these could gather around the scaffold until the event no longer resembled austere moral instruction at all. It became instead a carnivalesque theater of punishment. This is what disturbed so many thoughtful observers of such scenes. The scaffold might be designed to uplift public conscience through fear and example, yet the crowd often seemed less improved than inflamed. The Manning execution became one of those moments in which the contradiction was impossible to ignore. The immense attendance itself testified that people were not drawn by abstract devotion to justice alone. They wanted the sight. They wanted the proximity to notoriety. They wanted, in some terrible sense, to be present at the final extinguishing of the pair who had become household names through murder. The state could frame the execution as lawful necessity. The crowd answered with appetite. And yet for all that appetite, the final approach to death retains a harsh intimacy no crowd can completely erase. However many thousands watched, Marie and Frederick still had to mount the scaffold as individual bodies. Each felt the constriction of space, the officials near at hand, the imminence of the noose, the terrible narrowing of action to a few last movements. Public execution magnifies death outwardly, but inwardly it contracts it to the smallest scale. A hand guided here, a step taken there, a body placed. Whatever noise surrounds it, the condemned stand within an intensely local geography of death. The last impressions of the condemned on such mornings are often described and redescribed in ways that reveal more about observers than about the dying. Some look for courage, some for collapse, some for grace, some for proof of depravity. The public wanted Marie, especially, to resolve itself into one final clear image. But the condemned are not obliged to yield neat symbolism. Their bodies are under too much strain, their humanity too compressed, and the reports of onlookers too distorted by expectation. What remains certain is only this. Both stood upon the scaffold because the law had decided that the murder of Patrick O'Connor demanded their deaths, and the public had assembled in enormous numbers to watch those deaths occur. The sight itself was enough to unsettle many who believed they had wanted it. There is often a moment in public executions when anticipation meets reality, and something ugly in the entire arrangement becomes briefly visible. The condemned are no longer names in a newspaper or shapes in a moral tale. They are bodies in immediate danger, exposed before thousands. The crowd's energy, which had built an expectation, finds itself facing actual mortality rather than the thrilling idea of it. Some spectators push forward in excitement. Others feel recoil. In the Manning case, this tension would become still more striking in the aftermath, when observers reflected on what they had really seen. Not only two murderers punished, but a public convulsed by the spectacle of punishment itself. That is the true significance of the execution morning. It did not merely conclude the legal story of the Bermondsey horror. It exposed the culture that consumed that story. The crowd, the scaffold, the condemned pair, the intensity of fascination surrounding Marie, the physical nearness of death to mass curiosity. All these made the execution a mirror. It reflected not only the guilt of the condemned, but the hunger of the society that gathered to see them die. Chapter 15. The Hanging and the Crowd. When the final act came, it came not in privacy, nor even in the enclosed solemnity of a courtroom, but before a mass of watching humanity. This is the essential obscenity at the center of public execution. The law presents death as moral necessity, yet it stages that necessity in the presence of a crowd whose motives cannot be purified by official language. On the scaffold, the state kills in order to prove its power and its justice. In the street below, the people gather for reasons mixed and unstable: conviction, curiosity, excitement, disgust, idleness, appetite, sensation, habit. These two orders of meaning meet only imperfectly. The result is never pure justice. It is always spectacle as well. So it was when Marie and Frederick Manning were hanged. The execution itself, stripped of all public rhetoric, was brutally simple. Two condemned bodies were brought to the scaffold. The machinery of death was prepared. Officials performed their roles. The last acts required by the ritual were completed, and then the sentence was carried into the flesh. That is the whole truth of hanging beneath all the formulas that once sought to dignify it. However solemn the language of law, however grave the demeanor of those charged with the act, public hanging remains a state-organized killing conducted before spectators. What made the Manning execution especially powerful in public memory was not merely that two people died for murder. It was the way the scene exposed the whole economy of 19th century punishment. Here was a married couple whose crime had already violated the domestic ideal in one of the most grotesque ways imaginable. They had used the home as trap, the kitchen as grave, marriage as conspiracy, and ordinary household order as concealment. In response, society brought them out into the open and made their deaths visible to all. It was a perfect inversion in form. Private domestic murder was answered by public ceremonial death. Yet the inversion did not restore moral clarity as neatly as the state intended. It merely transferred the horror to another stage. The scaffold has often been described as the point where law reasserts order over crime. But on mornings like this one, order and disorder stood very close together. The platform above was tightly governed, timed, disciplined, and arranged. The crowd below was not. It swelled with emotional excess, bodily press, talk, movement, and appetite. That contrast matters because it reveals the fragility of the moral message the state hoped to deliver. Punishment may be carefully choreographed at its center, but if the surrounding multitude receives it as entertainment, then the lesson is corrupted at the moment of its supposed delivery. Many who came to witness the execution likely imagined themselves participants in justice. They had followed the case, formed their judgments, and wished to see its proper conclusion. But a crowd does not remain equal to its own self-description. Excitement gathers. People push to see. Others comment on dress, bearing, and the physical appearance of the condemned. Some derive satisfaction from proximity to notoriety. Some attend because everyone else attends. Some are drawn by the rarity of seeing a woman die on the scaffold. Such motives cannot be cleanly separated once the multitude forms. Public execution turns justice into an event, and events attract people for reasons that are never wholly moral. The presence of Marie on the scaffold intensified every one of these currents. A condemned woman gave the crowd something it could not easily place, and therefore could not stop staring at. The female body at the moment of lawful destruction produced a fascination distinct from that attached to condemned men. It was not only that such executions were less common. It was that the public could not watch a woman die without also feeling, however confusedly, that the old sentimental language about female delicacy and protection had here reached its violent contradiction. Society had judged her sufficiently monstrous to deserve death, yet the visible fact of a woman being put to death still disturbed the categories by which society claimed to understand women at all. The crowd fed upon precisely that disturbance. This is one reason Marie's final appearance mattered so much to contemporaries. Observers wanted to know not merely that she died, but how she seemed to approach dying. Did she remain composed? Did she falter? Was there visible penitence? Was there womanly weakness at the last? Or the same self-command that had already made her infamous? These questions tell us much about the crowd and little with certainty about Marie herself. The condemned are always overread at the gallows. The public insists on making their final posture into a moral statement. Yet the body at the threshold of execution is not a reliable text. It is strained, watched, directed, and reduced to a few terrible moments. To ask it to resolve the whole question of character is to ask spectacle to produce truth. Frederick's death, though no less real, no less terrible, drew a different sort of attention. The condemned husband could be placed within older and cruder expectations. Men committed violent crimes. Men were hanged. Men faced the scaffold as cowards, penitents, or stoics. The emotional pressure around him was simpler, if not kinder. Marie remained the greater object of fixation because she complicated the scene. The crowd did not merely see justice answering murder. It saw a woman being visibly drawn into the oldest machinery of state death, and it could not look away. The instant of execution itself often creates a rupture between anticipation and reality. Before it occurs, the crowd speaks, stirs, waits, imagines. Once it happens, the body forces a new register upon the event. Death by hanging is not an allegory when seen. It is a physical act, and the body insists on that fact however loudly moral rhetoric tries to drown it. This is why public executions so often produced a wave of reaction different from the excited expectation that preceded them. Some felt satisfaction. Some recoiled. Some were thrilled in ways they could not decently admit. Some were sickened. The same crowd that clamored to witness the end could, in the presence of actual death, briefly discover the ugliness of its own desire. In the Manning case, this reaction was especially acute because so much imagination had already been invested in the pair. They had been turned by the press into figures larger than ordinary criminals. The couple of the Bermondsey horror, the murderous wife and husband, the householders who buried a man under their kitchen. On the scaffold, however, even the most notorious are reduced again to human scale. They are bodies under sentence. This reduction has a shaming power over the spectator. It exposes how much of what has been consumed up to that point was narrative and how little it prepared one for the blunt fact of lawful killing carried out before one's eyes. And yet the crowd, as crowds do, was not shamed uniformly. Public scenes do not ennoble by mere exposure to death. They often degrade. The emotional contagion of a multitude can turn solemnity into excitement in a moment. The condemned body may provoke pity in one witness, thrill in another, and coarse comment in a third. On such mornings the state learns, if it is capable of learning, that it cannot control the moral meaning of punishment simply by arranging the scaffold correctly. The spectators bring their own instincts. Where those instincts are fed by sensational coverage and the promise of a rare execution, the result may be not moral reflection but collective appetite. This is one of the reasons the Manning execution acquired such significance beyond the deaths themselves. It was not only the fitting legal conclusion to a notorious murder. It became an example of how public execution corrupted everyone it touched. The condemned died. The law fulfilled its sentence. But the crowd's behavior and the atmosphere of the scene left behind a residue more complicated than satisfaction. Those who had wanted stern justice found themselves confronted with the carnival edges of punishment, noise, excitement, bodily press, the ugly fact that thousands had come because a woman and her husband were to die together before them. Justice had not been hidden by the spectacle. It had been swallowed up by it. No contemporary response is more important in this respect than the recoil of observers who were shocked not by the sentence itself, but by the crowd that gathered to enjoy it. They saw in the execution morning something corrosive to public morality. Not the cleansing force of punishment, but the exposure of a society willing to transform lawful death into mass amusement. This reaction did not necessarily challenge the guilt of Marie and Frederick, nor did it deny the gravity of Patrick O'Connor's murder. Rather, it raised a darker question. If the state claims moral superiority over the killers it condemns, what is it doing when it offers their deaths as spectacle to thousands? And what does it discover in the faces of those thousands as they watch? The hanging of the Mannings made such questions difficult to avoid because the contrast between the domestic inwardness of the crime and the public vastness of the punishment was so sharp. Patrick had been hidden beneath a kitchen floor, suppressed by boards, household labor, and the pretense of ordinary married life. Marie and Frederick, by contrast, were brought out before the nation. Their deaths were made visible, communal, and impossible to ignore. The transition from hidden corpse to visible scaffold might be read as justice drawing concealed crime into the light. But the crowd's appetite ensured that the light was not pure. It was feverish, theatrical, and morally compromised. There is another irony here too. The Mannings had believed, however foolishly, that they could manage appearances well enough to profit from murder and continue living. In the end they became victims of another regime of appearances, one far larger than themselves. The public wanted to see them. The state agreed to let them be seen. Their bodies, once agents of concealment, were now instruments in a public display whose meaning they no longer governed at all. Crime had made them infamous. Punishment made them visible in the most absolute way possible. For Marie in particular, the scaffold fixed her image in cultural memory with almost unbearable force. She would no longer be only the woman accused, or the woman tried, or even the woman sentenced. She became the woman hanged for the Bermondsey horror. The public spectacle of her death sealed the symbolic role the case had already created for her. She was no longer merely a historical person moving through complicated motives and circumstances. She became a type permanently available to later retelling, the cold wife, the murderess, the woman who buried her former intimate under the kitchen floor and then went to the scaffold before a mass crowd. Executions, especially public ones, have always had this myth-making power. They do not simply end lives. They harden narratives. Frederick, though similarly executed, did not acquire quite the same mythic singularity. He remained necessary to the case, fully implicated in murder and concealment, but Marie's sex and the fascination surrounding her ensured that the afterlife of the crime would cling more visibly to her. This imbalance is itself part of the case's lesson. The public did not watch husband and wife equally. It watched them through different hungers, different assumptions, and different forms of judgment. The immediate aftermath of the hanging therefore belongs not only to legal history, but to cultural history. The sentence had been carried out. The condemned were dead. In one sense the case was finished. Yet at that very point it also opened onto something larger. A public argument about the meaning of executions, the morality of crowds, and the degrading spectacle through which Victorian society tried to teach itself justice. The deaths of Marie and Frederick Manning did not simply close the Bermondsey horror. They exposed another horror alongside it. The willingness of respectable society to gather in enormous numbers and watch death as though edification and excitement could safely share the same scaffold. Patrick O'Connor's murder had shown that a home might conceal terrible violence beneath ordinary forms. The execution morning showed that a civilization might conceal its own appetite for violence beneath the forms of law. Chapter 16. After the scaffold. Dickens, disgust, and the memory of the Bermondsey horror. If the law had hoped that the execution of Marie and Frederick Manning would close the case in a final and morally satisfying way, it underestimated the afterlife of public spectacle. The scaffold did indeed end the lives of the condemned. It did not end the unease their case had generated. In some respects it deepened it. Patrick O'Connor was dead. His killers were dead. And yet the scene of punishment itself remained disturbingly alive in public memory. The Bermondsey murder had already violated the ideal of the home. The execution now raised another, no less troubling question. What sort of society answered such a crime by assembling in enormous numbers to watch two people die? This is the point at which the Manning case ceases to be only a true crime narrative and becomes part of a larger moral and cultural argument. The murder in Miniver Place had horrified the public because it turned domestic order into concealment. The execution horrified many thoughtful observers because it seemed to turn public justice into appetite. The crowd that gathered to watch the hanging did not look, to such observers, like a people ennobled by moral seriousness. It looked fevered, excited, vulgar, and hungry for sensation. In that contrast lay the most enduring scandal of the case's final chapter. The state had executed murderers in the name of civilization, but the crowd made civilization itself look unstable. No response is more famous or more influential in the memory of the execution than that of Charles Dickens. Dickens attended the hanging of the Mannings and was deeply appalled by what he saw. His reaction matters not merely because he was celebrated, but because he gave language to a discomfort many others felt, and because his language endured. He did not dispute the gravity of the crime. He did not sentimentalize the condemned pair into innocence undone by circumstance. What revolted him was the spectacle of the crowd and the moral corruption he believed such spectacles produced. Writing after the event, he described the scene in terms of profound disgust, portraying the gathered multitude as degraded rather than improved by the occasion. He argued that the execution had not elevated public conscience but brutalized it, and he urged the end of public hangings. Dickens's response is crucial because it changes how the execution is remembered. Without him, the hanging of the Mannings might still have been infamous, but it would rest more heavily within the ordinary genre of sensational Victorian punishment. With him, it becomes one of the great set pieces in the 19th century argument against public execution. He saw in the crowd not solemnity but wickedness and moral deformity. His account makes plain that what shocked him was not only the fact of two people being put to death, but the carnival of spectatorship surrounding it, the sense that thousands had come not in chastened reverence before justice, but in excitement and appetite. That distinction matters deeply. A society can persuade itself that punishment is necessary while still recoiling from the form punishment takes. Dickens's revulsion was directed precisely at that form. The execution, as he witnessed it, did not appear to him as the state's grave and cleansing answer to murder. It appeared as a public degradation in which the crowd's behavior reflected something ugly back upon the culture that had assembled it. In his hands, the scaffold becomes not the triumphant climax of justice, but a mirror exposing the coarseness of public appetite. This is one reason the Bermondsey case occupies such a distinctive place in 19th century memory. It is remembered not only for the murder, the invitation to supper, the shooting, the throat cut, the body beneath the kitchen floor, but also for the hanging that followed and the commentary that the hanging provoked. The execution became, in effect, a second scandal layered over the first. Patrick O'Connor's murder had asked how private domestic life could conceal atrocity. The execution asked how public life could consume punishment without becoming complicit in another form of moral ugliness. It would be too simple to say that Dickens alone changed opinion. Opposition to public execution did not begin with him, and the reform movement had broader roots. But his testimony gave the anti-gallows argument enormous cultural force because he brought to it not abstract principle alone, but vivid witness. He had stood among the crowd. He had seen its mood, its energy, its appetite. He had seen how little resemblance it bore to the idealized audience imagined by defenders of public hanging. If executions were supposed to instruct the public by fear and moral example, then what, he effectively asked, was one to make of this crowd? What lesson were they learning beyond the pleasures of spectacle? Others, too, recorded or echoed unease about the execution and the behavior of those who attended it. The problem was not simply that the condemned died publicly. It was that public death invited conduct unworthy of the moral seriousness the law claimed to embody. Crowds pushed, jostled, shouted, speculated, stared, and in many cases came for the thrill of the thing. The sight of a woman on the scaffold intensified this energy. Female executions were rarer, and therefore more marketable to public curiosity. Marie's presence did not solemnize the crowd. It magnified its appetite. The same society that insisted on feminine delicacy flocked to watch a woman hanged. That contradiction did not disappear on the scaffold. It stood there in full view. One can see, then, why Marie's death continued to trouble observers after the legal story had ended. Her execution did not simply punish a woman for murder. It exposed the extent to which her public image had already been consumed. She had been turned into a figure of fascination long before she was brought to the gallows. The scaffold merely completed that process. In life she had been scrutinized for signs of coldness, vanity, unnaturalness, and female depravity. In death she became one more object in the public spectacle surrounding those very qualities. The crowd did not come only to see justice. It came to see Marie Manning die. That is one of the most uncomfortable truths in the case's afterlife. Patrick O'Connor's body, buried beneath the kitchen floor, had been the central fact of the murder. Yet after the execution, the public memory of the case increasingly revolved around the condemned pair, and particularly around Marie. This shift is not unique to the Manning case. Victims often recede in popular memory as murderers become mythic or symbolic. But here the process is especially stark. Patrick's death generated the legal and moral force of the case, yet the cultural afterlife fastened on the murderess, the wife, the woman at the scaffold, and the writer who denounced the crowd that came to watch her. In this way Patrick was, once again, obscured beneath the larger narrative machinery built upon what had been done to him. The afterlife of the case also shows how Victorian society handled crimes involving female violence and domestic concealment. Marie Manning survived in print and memory not as a complicated historical woman shaped by class strain, prior entanglement, and marriage under pressure, but as a type. She became one of the stock figures of 19th century criminal storytelling. The dangerous wife, the scheming woman, the domestic murderess whose composure confirmed her monstrosity. Such types are powerful because they simplify unease into character. Rather than asking what social arrangements, economic humiliations, and intimate dependencies help make the crime possible, the culture asks instead what sort of woman she must have been. The answer, conveniently, is always one that keeps larger social contradictions comfortably out of sight. And yet the Manning case resists being reduced entirely to type. That is why it remains so useful to the historical writer. It contains, in unusually concentrated form, so many of the anxieties that structured the 19th century: class aspiration, money, service, domestic respectability, urban privacy, the instability of marriage, the moral threat posed by women who did not remain within their assigned sentimental roles, and the uneasy boundary between justice and spectacle. A case that merely confirmed one lesson would not last so vividly. The Bermondsey horror lasted because it never settled neatly. The murder horrified. The execution appalled. The public devoured both. Dickens's role in fixing that doubleness is therefore enormous. His condemnation of the crowd attached itself to the case almost permanently. It meant that later readers approaching the Manning execution did not encounter it only as one more Victorian hanging, but as a scene already morally interpreted by one of the age's greatest writers. His disgust gave permission to later generations to see the execution not as a triumphant close, but as a deeply compromised event, an exposure of the crowd's appetite and of the state's willingness to feed it. In a broader historical sense, the case belongs to the long pressure that eventually helped bring public executions in Britain to an end. Public hangings in the United Kingdom were abolished in 1868, when executions were moved behind prison walls under the Capital Punishment Amendment Act 1868. The Manning execution, almost 2 decades earlier, stands among the notorious scenes repeatedly cited in discussions of why public death before crowds had become morally and socially intolerable. Dickens's public criticism formed part of that climate of pressure. That reform did not abolish capital punishment itself, of course. It only ended the public theater of it. Yet, even this partial change tells us something important. By the later 19th century, more and more people had come to feel that however necessary they believed the sentence of death to be, the crowd it drew and the atmosphere it created were degrading to public morality. The scaffold remained. The spectators were removed. The law still killed, but it ceased claiming that mass spectatorship improved the people. The Manning execution sits close to the heart of that transition in memory because it so vividly displayed the failure of the old claim. The case also endured in popular criminal literature, historical retellings, and compendia of famous murders because it satisfied several narrative hungers at once. It offered a vividly visual crime scene. It centered a woman whose conduct could be endlessly moralist. It involved a prior intimate relationship corrupted into murderous exploitation. It culminated in a scaffold scene of unusual public magnitude. And it attracted the commentary of Dickens, whose witness gave the whole event literary afterlife. Few cases contain all those elements. Fewer still carry them with such clarity. For the modern writer, however, there is an obligation not to become merely another consumer of the same spectacle. To write Marie Manning honestly is not to excuse her. Patrick O'Connor died because she and Frederick made choices that drew him into a house under trust and converted that trust into murder, theft, and concealment. The horror of the crime must not be softened, but neither should one repeat the old simplifications unthinkingly. Marie was not only a monster in a headline. She was a woman formed by service, ambition, financial pressure, relational entanglement, and the brutal narrowness of the choices many women faced in her world. None of that removes guilt. It does, however, make the case historically intelligible rather than merely sensational. Likewise, to write the execution honestly is not to deny that many contemporaries believed it just. It is to recognize that justice, once given over to public appetite, becomes morally unstable. The crowd at the Manning hanging did not merely witness punishment. It became part of the meaning of punishment. And in the eyes of Dickens and others, that meaning was corrupt. Public execution had claimed to uplift by terror. Instead, it seemed to gather and inflame society's coarsest instincts. The scaffold, meant to stand above crime, began to resemble another theater of sanctioned brutality. So the Bermondsey horror survives in 2 linked images. The first is the kitchen floor at Miniver Place, lifted to reveal Patrick O'Connor's body hidden beneath the daily structures of domestic life. The second is the execution crowd, swollen and eager beneath the scaffold on which Marie and Frederick Manning were hanged. One image shows the corruption of the home. The other shows the corruption of public justice by spectacle. Between them lies the whole arc of the case. Private murder, public punishment, and the uneasy recognition that a society may condemn violence while still being fascinated by it. That is why the case endured. It was not only a murder. It was a revelation. It revealed what could be hidden within a marriage and a kitchen. It revealed how greed and old intimacy could curdle into lethal conspiracy. It revealed how the press could turn crime into public property. And it revealed how the crowd, assembled in the name of justice, might expose something base and troubling in the society that formed it. Patrick O'Connor entered a house in Bermondsey expecting supper and some residue, perhaps, of ordinary civility. He was murdered and hidden beneath the floor. Marie and Frederick Manning, thinking themselves capable of controlling the house, the body, and the future, instead became among the most visible criminals in Victorian England. Their case outlived them because it spoke to more than their guilt. It spoke to the anxieties of an age, about women, money, marriage, privacy, justice, and spectacle, and in doing so became one of the most memorable crimes of the 19th century. Conclusion: what remains beneath? The story of Marie Manning does not end cleanly at the scaffold, because very few crimes of this kind ever do. The law can bring a case to judgment. It can pronounce guilt, pass sentence, and carry punishment into effect. It can close the file, bury the dead, and disperse the crowd. Yet some murders refuse neat ending because they expose too much about the world that produced them. The Bermondsey horror was one of those crimes. It began in a small house and widened until it touched almost every anxiety of its age: money, class, marriage, female ambition, domestic secrecy, public spectacle, and the unstable relation between justice and appetite. At the center of it all was a man named Patrick O'Connor, who went to supper and never came home. That must remain the simplest truth of the case, and the one against which all later sensation should be measured. Before the headlines, before the courtroom, before the crowd gathered to watch two people die, Patrick was a living person with routines, work, possessions, habits, and expectations. He was known. He was trusted enough to enter the house in Bermondsey. He was then murdered, hidden beneath the kitchen floor, and used even after death as the source of money and false advantage. Any honest account of the case must resist the long tendency of public fascination to let the victim sink beneath the notoriety of the killers. And yet it is impossible to write the story without returning again and again to Marie Manning, because she became the point at which Victorian society concentrated its deepest unease. She was not merely guilty. She was troubling in ways the culture could not stop examining. She had ambition without safety, self-command without softness, and a relationship to domestic life that did not fit the sentimental script assigned to women. She seems to have understood appearance, management, and social pressure very well. She also crossed the line from management into murder. To say that is not to excuse her. It is to place her where history places her most uneasily. Not outside ordinary life, but formed within it. This is what makes the case endure. Marie Manning is not interesting because she was a woman who killed. She is interesting because the conditions that shaped her were so recognizable within the 19th century. Service, dependence, class frustration, compromised intimacy, old financial obligations, marriage as hope and trap, the need to maintain respectability beyond one's means. These were not monstrous conditions. They were common ones. Most people who lived under them did not murder. But murder in this case did not arrive from some Gothic elsewhere. It emerged from ordinary pressures gone morally rotten. That is always harder to look at than simple evil. Frederick Manning belongs in that same frame. He was not incidental, nor merely dragged behind his wife's stronger will. He too had been formed by service, by proximity to rank without possession of it, by the humiliations of narrow means and thwarted masculine authority. The marriage between him and Marie was not a shelter against those frustrations. It became the chamber in which they amplified each other. Together they turned the home into a machine of concealment. That may be the most terrible fact in the whole case. Not simply that a murder happened in a house, but that the ordinary forms of married domestic life were used to make the murder possible and to try to keep it hidden. The kitchen floor remains the image one cannot forget. It is the physical heart of the crime, and the reason the case still disturbs so sharply. A body under the floor is more than evidence. It is a statement about what the home had become. The room of labor, food, heat, and order was transformed into a grave. Daily routine continued above the dead. Every act of household normality became part of the lie. That image speaks beyond this one case. It tells us that domestic life, so often idealized in the 19th century as the refuge from public corruption, could contain its own corruptions in silence and close quarters. It tells us that the home was never as morally transparent as Victorian culture pretended. And then there is the execution, which ensured that the case would not remain merely a murder narrative. The public hanging of Marie and Frederick Manning drew an enormous crowd and became notorious not only because the pair died, but because the crowd itself seemed to reveal something ugly about public punishment. Dickens, who witnessed the scene, was revolted by what he saw and later condemned the spectacle in powerful terms, helping make the execution part of the broader argument against public hangings. That response matters because it prevents the story from ending in easy moral closure. The scaffold did not simply restore order. It exposed the appetite with which society consumed death when death was offered as lawful spectacle. In that sense, the Bermondsey case contains two horrors, not one. The first is private. A man invited into a home, killed, and buried beneath the kitchen floor by a married couple seeking gain and release from old entanglement. The second is public. A crowd gathering to watch the killers die, and in doing so revealing how thin the line can be between justice and entertainment. Dickens's disgust helped fix that second horror in memory, and the later abolition of public executions in Britain in 1868 gives the scene an even sharper retrospective meaning. The state continued to execute after 1868, but it no longer claimed that the crowd itself was morally improved by being allowed to watch. What, then, remains beneath this story when the headlines are stripped away? First, the fact that murder is often most terrible when it is nearest ordinary life. Not in lonely fields or dramatic alleys, but in rooms where people eat, speak politely, and trust the forms of domestic welcome. The invitation to supper in this case was not a flourish. It was the method. Hospitality itself was weaponized. That is why the crime still shocks. Second, the fact that women in criminal history are so often made either monstrous or pitiable, when the truth is usually more complicated and therefore more disturbing. Marie Manning was guilty, but she was also socially formed, as all criminals are. To deny that is to turn history into caricature. She does not need rescue from guilt. She needs to be understood in full enough context that her guilt becomes historically meaningful rather than merely melodramatic. Third, the fact that punishment can reveal almost as much about a society as the crime it punishes. The crowd at the Manning execution became part of the case's meaning because it showed how quickly righteousness can become appetite once death is made public. A society that condemns violence may still gather eagerly to watch it under official sanction. That contradiction sits at the edge of the Bermondsey horror from beginning to end. And finally, what remains is the victim. Patrick O'Connor disappears too easily in retellings because the murderess, the marriage, the kitchen floor, and the execution crowd are all so vivid. But he is the fixed point. Without him there is no case, no horror, no scandal, no lesson. He was the man who knew Marie before Bermondsey, who had money, who trusted too far, and who entered a house from which he did not return. He remained under the floor until the house gave him back. After that, he remained under the whole weight of the story. The Bermondsey horror has lasted because it speaks to a truth history never quite exhausts, that beneath polished surfaces, of home, of marriage, of law, of public morality, there are often darker structures holding everything up. In Miniver Place, the dark structure was literal. Beneath the boards lay Patrick O'Connor. Beneath the execution crowd lay a public appetite it preferred not to examine. Beneath the press fascination lay old fears about women, class, and domestic power. Beneath the official ending lay the uneasy recognition that not even punishment had resolved what the case exposed. That is why the story still matters. It matters not because it is sensational, though it is. Not because it is gruesome, though it is that too. It matters because it forces us to look at the points where ordinary life gives way, where intimacy becomes leverage, where financial dependence becomes hatred, where a household becomes a trap, where punishment becomes spectacle, and where a woman becomes more useful to public mythology than to historical truth. Marie Manning died on the scaffold. Frederick Manning died beside her. Patrick O'Connor had died first, in the house that received him. The crowd went home. The papers moved on. The law closed its hand over the case. But the story remained, because what it uncovered was larger than one murder. Some crimes stay within age because they answer its fears. Others stay because they create new ones. The Bermondsey horror did both.